The political and media elites responded by calling me just about every nasty name in the book. You remember. But Americans responded differently. In city after county, after school board, after state house, teachers, parents, legislators, police agreed with us and put armed security safeguards in place. History has proven again the truth that President Obama and anti-freedom activists everywhere deny and try to suppress. The truth that firearms in the hands of good people save lives. The political elites, they can't escape, and the darlings in the national media can't change the God-given right of good people to protect themselves. For that fundamental human right, the NRA stands unflinching and unapologetic, and in defense of our freedom. NRA's 5 million members and America's 100 million gun owners will not back down, not now, not ever. I assure you that. You know, freedom has never needed our defense more than now. Almost everywhere you look, something has gone wrong. You feel it in your heart. You know it in your gut. Something in our country has gone wrong. The core values that we believe in, the things we care about most in our lives are changing, eroding. Our right to speak, our right to gather, our right to privacy, the freedom to work, to practice our religion, and raise and protect our families the way we see fit. Those aren't old values. They aren't new values. They are core freedoms. The core freedoms that have always defined us as a nation. We feel them. As we are here this afternoon, we feel them slipping away. All across America, everywhere I go, people come up to me and they say, Wayne, I've never been worried about this country until now. And they say it not with anger, but they say it with sadness in their eyes. I've never been worried about this country until now. We're worried about the economic crisis choking our budgets and shrinking our retirement. We're worried about providing decent health care and a college education for our own children. We fear for the safety of our families. It's why neighborhood streets that were once filled with bicycles and skateboards and laughter in the air now sit empty and silent. In virtually every way, for the things we care about most, we feel profound loss. We're sad. Not because we fear something is going wrong, but because we know something already has gone wrong. That's why more and more Americans are buying firearms and ammunition. Not to cause trouble, but because that America is already in trouble. We know that sooner or later, reckless government actions and policies have consequences. That when government corrupts the truth and breaks faith with the American people, the entire fabric of society, everything we believe in and count on, is then in jeopardy. Political dishonesty and media dishonesty have linked together. They've joined forces to misinform and deceive the American public. Let's be straight about it right here this afternoon. The political and media elites are lying to us. You know they are. They lie bills into law. They pass legislation they haven't even read, and yet eagerly go on and defend them on television. Healthcare policies, economic policies, foreign affairs, all seem repeatedly reckless. The IRS is now a weapon to punish anyone who disagrees with them. And that means every one of you. They try to regulate our religion. They collect our cell phone and email data. They give us Solyndra, Benghazi, Fast and Furious, Obamacare, massive unemployment, a debt that will choke our grandchildren, and one executive order after another right on top of each other. And here's the deal. Rather than expose government dishonesty and scandal like they used to, the media elites whitewash it all. Move on, they tell us. There's nothing to see here. Don't worry about it. Move on. One of America's greatest threats is a national news media that fails to provide a level playing field for the truth. Now it's all entertainment, ratings, personal celebrity, the next sensational story, and the deliberate spinning and purposeful use of words and language, truth be damned, to advance their own agenda. You see it every day in this country. And here's how you know the media's lying. They still call themselves journalists. Yeah. I'll tell you, they've never been honest about the NRA. They hate us just for saying out loud and sticking up for what we believe, as if we have no right. So they try to ridicule us into oblivion or shame us into submission. But their moral indignation, it should be directed right into their own makeup mirrors. The media's intentional corruption of the truth is an abomination. And NRA members will never, and I mean never, submit or surrender to the national media. People in our country have become so weary of all the government and media dishonesty, the all too commonplace corruption, the lying, that most Americans have simply stopped listening in this country. It's why the President's State of the Union address was largely ignored by the public. It's why, according to a recent poll, 90% of Americans disapprove of Washington. It's why a majority of Americans in poll after poll, regardless of who takes it, don't trust the White House, don't trust Congress, and don't much trust either national political party, and sure as heck don't trust the national media. We don't trust government because government itself has proven unworthy of our trust. We trust ourselves, and we trust what we know in our hearts to be right. We trust our freedom. In this uncertain world, surrounded by lies and corruption everywhere you look, there is no greater freedom than the right to survive and protect our families with all the rifles, shotguns, and handguns we want. We know in the world that surrounds us, there are terrorists and there are home invaders, drug cartels, carjackers, knockout gamers, and rapers, and haters, and campus killers, airport killers, shopping mall killers, and killers who scheme to destroy our country with massive storms of violence against our power grids or vicious waves of chemicals or disease that could collapse our society that sustains us all. So, I ask you, all of you here today, do you trust this government to protect you? No. We are on our own. That is a certainty. No less certain than the absolute truth. A fact the powerful political and media elites continue to deny, just as sure as they would deny our right to save our very lives. The life or death truth that when you're on your own, the surest way to stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. Now, what I've just said will be sneered at and ridiculed as feverish fear-mongering by the very same people who produce the television shows and movies that graphically depict and glamorize every evil act I just mentioned. So let them sneer. They can't change the truth. They can't change the fact that all over America, there are more than 100 million good guys and good gals too. Good Americans with guns, and a bunch of us are here right now. We are good Americans. We all love our country. And we are not about to stand idly by as the dishonest political and media elites try to strip our values away. The NRA, all we believe in and fight for, it's really become a metaphor for the core American freedoms that all of us want preserved. Standing with the NRA is a massive declaration of individual rights, an unwavering determination to secure the survival of everything that we cherish. Our struggle is noble as like-minded people coming together to protect and defend what makes us free. We are exactly what our founding fathers were and envisioned us to always be. So I'll put it to you. Do you believe that Declaration of Individual Liberty? Come on, let me hear you. Do you believe it? Are you willing to stand and fight for your rights? Then there are two things that I need you to do. First, I want you to go to the NRA booth right here at CPAC and sign your name to a Declaration of Individual Rights. Sign that declaration today and add your name to millions of other patriotic Americans like you all over this great country. And second, I want you to stand behind your declaration and back it up by joining the National Rifle Association. America needs you as part of a larger, stronger, and tougher and growing NRA. It's how you resist. It's how you tell the world that you're going to fight and you're going to protect everything that you care about. Trust, dignity, honor, civic duty, courtesy, kindness, the liberty to live and believe as we choose, to be as accepted as we are accepting of others. The freedom that only comes through the Second Amendment and the Bill of Rights to the U.S. Constitution. To live without fear and tyranny as responsible, good people who exercise our individual right to keep and bear arms, to defend our families, our communities, and our nation. The NRA proudly stands for the America we all want, where we can speak and gather as we choose, unashamed of our patriotism, unflinching in defense of one unifying principle: individual freedom for all. Our Second Amendment in this country separates us from every other country on earth. It makes us stronger than other countries. It makes us better than other countries. To save all of our freedoms, there is no nobler cause than saving the Second Amendment. So this is your moment in history, your national movement. It's your time to join us and stand and fight. Our opponents are shrewd and skilled at spinning webs of deceit. Their coffers, and I know you know this, their coffers are full. Their sights are set squarely on this fall's election. And this election, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise, it's going to be a bare-knuckled street fight. They're going after every House seat, every Senate seat, every governor's chair, every state house they can get their hands on, and they're laying the groundwork to put another Clinton back in the White House. They fully intend to finish the job, to fulfill their commitment, their dream of fundamentally transforming America into an America that I guarantee you won't recognize. But mark my words, the NRA will not go quietly into the night. We will fight. I promise you that. With millions and millions of Americans just like you all over this country that are going to come together. This election is going to be won or lost on every street, in every corner, in every coffee shop, in every store, in every church in America, where every NRA member lives and works and volunteers and campaigns. Those NRA members, those great Americans, they are the real muscle of NRA's clout. I ask all of you and everyone watching this out on TV, become one of them. Join us, and together we will stand and fight and win back and take back our country. So stand up right now and you tell me, do you want to save this country and all that is good and right about America? Come on. They need to hear you all the way to the green rooms of MSNBC and all the way over to the White House. Will you stand with us and defend your freedom with all your heart? Are you proud of your individual liberty and ready to fight like hell to keep it this fall? Join the NRA movement to reclaim our nation and restore our core American values. Never, ever back down, and always with all your heart, together as Americans, let's stand and fight for freedom. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Very, very much. You notice, no teleprompter. We don't have teleprompters. I just said, how many of these people are using teleprompters? They said almost all of them, so we can't do that. You know, I just left Trump National Doral in Miami, and it's a great place. I just spent $250 million rebuilding it, making it the best resort in the country, and I saw Tiger Woods this morning, Ernie Els, and Phil Mickelson. And I was dressed like this. They said, where are you going? And I said, I'm going to CPAC. Now, I don't know if they knew what I was talking about. They acted like they did, so that was very impressive. But I created a lot of jobs there. And right down the road, thank you, you look so nice. And right down the road, I'm creating jobs. We start in 1 month on the old post office, which is an incredible building. And tremendous numbers of jobs, lots of money going into it, and it'll be perhaps the most luxurious hotel when we finish anywhere in the world. And we're very proud of it, right on Pennsylvania Avenue, right next to the White House. And between the White House and Congress is sort of an interesting place to be. But I have to tell you that our country is in serious, serious trouble. We owe $17 trillion our debt. How do you pay off 17 trillion? Nobody ever heard the expression a number of years ago. The word trillion. We have debt that's beyond belief. We have deficits that nobody can even comprehend. China, which I've been talking about for the last 5 years, yesterday, right in our face, they just devalued their currency. Now, for those that don't understand devaluation, what they're basically doing is saying, we're really ripping you big league. Nobody's ever done it better than us, but now we're going to really do it again. And the reason they did it, and everybody was surprised by it, was because our leadership is so weak and so pathetic that they can get away with it. And believe me, they're taking our jobs, and they're taking them big league. And China's not the only one. You look at other countries, they're all doing the same thing. They have no respect for our leader, and frankly, they have no respect any longer for our great country. And it's so simple to solve. What we need is a strong economy. What we need is jobs. Now you hear these phony job numbers, 6.7%. The 6.7% is probably 21 or 22% real numbers. When you give up looking for a job, it's like they consider you employed. It's amazing. They changed this. You know, in the old days, if you had people that couldn't find work, they couldn't find work. Today, such a huge number, probably like we haven't had, in fact, some numbers came out, the worst in 36 years. With all of that being said, and when you look at what's going on, we have a president that just today came out with his lowest job approval rating, 38%. And yeah, you know, I'm so torn because actually, in a certain way, I'd love to see him do a great job. I'd love to see him put the country back. I'd like to see him bring the country back. But we all know it's not going to happen. We all know it's not going to happen. His disapproval rating is 54%. When you think of that, it's sort of inconceivable. I mean, we're getting into Jimmy Carter territory. And I never thought I'd see anything like that again. I lived through that time, and it was not a good time. And we're pretty close. I think maybe by next month we will have surpassed the late, great Jimmy Carter. So that's the way it is, and that's the way the country is. And, you know, I want to see something happen that brings the country back. I want to see the potential that this country has. I'm working so hard, and I'll do these things. Al has done an amazing job with CPAC, and it's not that he really has. Where is he? He's around here someplace. He has done really an amazing job. Everybody wants to be here. When he calls, you come here, and we get our point across. I have to tell you, the people in this room are people that want to see this country be great again. It's very simple. Somebody said, who is your audience? Somebody said, who is your audience? Who are they? And I actually said, these are people that love the country, that want to see it be great again. It's very simple. So it's just one of those things. Now, we have a big election coming up in 14. I believe the Republicans and conservative Republicans, because the word conservative to me is very important. Conservative Republicans, we're going to take the Senate. I believe that. I think that's going to happen. I think in 2016 you'll probably be running against Hillary. I think it's going to be a tough race, but I think it's going to be a race that by that time will be so bad that the Republicans will likewise take that, and then you can actually end Obamacare, which is a total catastrophe. A total catastrophe. The problem is that in 2016, if you look and if you study it like I do, all of the problems are being deferred to the year 2016 after the election. And I don't know how the Republican leadership has allowed that to happen, but it's happening. And I've read a lot of reports saying we're going to drift along, just keep drifting, and 2016, 2017, and 2018 are going to be an economic disaster. And you know, whoever's president, good luck. You're going to have to be very smart. You're going to have to be very, very sharp. But that's the way it is. They say 2016, after the election, 2017 and 2018, economic disaster. Some say economic catastrophe. So, we have so many issues. If you think about this country, we have so many problems, and we have so little leadership. So little leadership. And it's all about the leadership. And she agrees with me. I love her. She agrees with everything I'm saying. I like it. You know, if you look at just what's been happening over the last couple of days, Russia and Putin. You know, I was in Moscow a couple of months ago. I owned the Miss Universe pageant. And they treated me so great. Putin even sent me a present. Beautiful present with a beautiful note. I spoke to all of his people. And, you know, you look at what he's doing with President Obama, he's like toying with him. He's toying with him. So he has the Olympics. The day after the Olympics, he starts with Ukraine. The day after. How smart. You know, he didn't want to do it during the Olympics. Boom. The day after. So our athletes leave, we all leave, and the day after. And you know, when he goes in and takes Crimea, he's taking the heart and soul, because that's where all the money is. I was surprised. I heard that the other day. They were saying most of the wealth comes right from that area. That's the area with the wealth. So that means the rest of Ukraine will fall, and it's predicted to fall fairly quickly, because without the money, it's like this country. If we don't make this country great, it's going to fall. It's going to really fall. It's already falling. You go into our airports, you go look at our bridges, you look at our roadways. We're becoming a third world country. So when you see what they're doing in Ukraine, it's just a question of time. Now, Putin is very friendly with Iran. Iran is causing us tremendous problems. Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq. Iran is now selling to Iraq its weapons. Iran has already taken over, essentially, Iraq. It's amazing. Now, we lost tremendous lives, so many wounded warriors. These are great people. I know so many of them. I try and help as many as I can, but so many, so badly wounded. And these incredible people came back to this country. And what have we gotten for it? What have we gotten? We spent $2 trillion in Iraq. And then we pull out. Now, I took a lot of heat, except from conservative people. When we went over there, I said, hey, I assume we're taking the oil. Are we taking the oil? And people said, what a horrible thing to do. You know, in the old days, you had a war. You ever hear the expression, to the victor belongs the spoils? Okay? To the victor. And I took such heat. It actually was Al, it was at CPAC. I said, if we leave it, take the oil. At least pay pay us back. And I come out, front page news, oh, Trump is a horrible human being. He wants to take the oil from a sovereign country. Sovereign, give me a break. You see the people ripping off sovereign. Hey. Unbelievable. So, you know who's taking the oil now? Iran. Iran. And what people don't know is that Iraq has the second largest oil reserves in the world. Who knew that? I knew it. Taking a couple of trillion is peanuts. They have 18 trillion underground. Give us 2. Just 2. Maybe 3. But people went nuts. Now you look at what's going on with Afghanistan. You have Karzai that's treating our president like he doesn't even exist. So they make a deal, and I'm not advocating stay, because frankly, I want to build this country. I want to build these schools. I don't want to build a school in Afghanistan, a road going to the school, watch it get built up and then blown up 4 times, and they keep rebuilding and rebuilding. And you go to Brooklyn, New York, and you can't have schools. You go to Iowa, you can't. You go to wherever you go, and you can't have schools. Because we don't have any money, because we're spending it in other places where, frankly, they don't want us, and I don't want them. And it's amazing. So in Afghanistan, they make a deal, and Karzai said, I'm not signing that deal. These stupid Americans, they're so stupid. They give me bundles of cash. You ever see, I want to know, who is the soldier? Think of this. Like, maybe I have a couple of $100 in my pocket, right? Who is the soldier that carries satchels of $50 million to take care of these people? 50 million, have you heard this? 50 million. I just want to know, who is the soldier? I guarantee you, unless he's really honest, he's really rich. Okay? So we give all this money. Now we're up to over $1 trillion. And it was just revealed the other day that our friends, again from China, we're fighting the war here. And on the other side of the mountain, a lot of people don't realize this, Afghanistan, they didn't think it had wealth, has tremendous wealth in minerals. So on the other side, we're here fighting and getting blown up and all sorts of crap happening. And on the other side of the mountain, you have China taking out all of their minerals. So this was reported big league the other day, but I said it 2 years ago. I knew because I have a lot of friends from China. By the way, I don't dislike China. And you know, Business Week did an article about the thing the Chinese most want. Different elements. The thing the Chinese want, and they had 10 of them. So the top 10 things. Now, I knocked the hell out of China fairly. And my friends respect me for it. They actually say, you're right. They live in China. And they say, you're right. I can't believe we're getting away with it here. The thing they most want, you know what? One of the top 10 things? Anything Trump. You believe it? My apartments, my ties, they love me. They love me. I've got the largest bank in the world from China, Chinese bank, the largest in the world, biggest bank in China, is my tenant in one of my buildings. And they said, we'll never leave. We love you. We love the building. Because they're smart and they respect you if you're smart. They don't respect stupid people. Okay? And that's what they're dealing with. Okay. Obamacare has to be changed. Has to be. Immigration. We're either a country or we're not. We either have borders or we don't. We either have borders or we don't. It's true. I mean, you know, you have a border, you have a country, and if you don't have a border, what are we? Just a nothing. A nothing. And I feel strongly about that. And I have to say, as conservative people and as Republicans, many of you, some are so conservative you don't even want to be Republican, and I understand that too. But as conservative people and as Republicans, when you let the 11 million, which will grow to 30 million people in, I don't care who stands up, whether it's Marco Rubio or it talks about let everybody in, you won't get one vote. Every one of those votes goes to the Democrats. Now, with that, you have to do what's right. You have to do what's right. It's not about the votes necessarily. But of those 11 million potential voters, which will go to 30 million in a not too long future, you will not get any of those votes no matter what you do, no matter how nice you are, no matter how soft you are, no matter how many times you say, rip down the fence and let everybody in. You're not going to get the votes. So with immigration, you better be smart and you better be tough, and they're taking your jobs, and you better be careful. You better be careful. And I just say one other thing. Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. I listen to people come in and say how we're going to dismantle it and we're going to just knock the hell out of it. And I'm a friend of Paul Ryan. I like Paul Ryan very much. But I don't like what they're saying. I want to make this country so strong and so rich and so powerful. We have so much energy and so much money under our feet that we don't have to take away people's Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid. You want to stop the fraud, you want to stop the abuse, and believe me, there's plenty of that. But we don't want to do that. You know, they had a vote recently of Tea Party members. These are strong Tea Party members. 79% said, don't touch my Medicare, don't touch my Medicaid, don't touch my Social Security. How the hell do you get elected when you want to do that? I want to make the country so strong. And you can do it. We are sitting on top of something that's so amazing, such incredible wealth. And the way you solve all of these problems is tremendous wealth, tremendous job production, strengthen our military, not weaken. We've weakened our military. We want to cut our military. We listen to Putin about what we're going to get. He said, no, we don't want you to use those missiles. Oh, we won't order them. It's hard to believe. So the bottom line is very simple. Make America strong again. Make America great again. We have such unbelievable potential. We have to use it. We need the right leaders. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, thanks.
Conservative Political Action Conference is holding its annual meeting here in the Washington area. This is the 41st year of this conference. Chris Christie was one of the speakers yesterday, along with Senators Cruz, Rubio, McConnell, and Scott. Governor Jindal and Representative Ryan were also there. Today, Rick Perry, Mike Huckabee, Rick Santorum, Rand Paul, and Grover Norquist are among the featured speakers at CPAC. And for this first segment of the Washington Journal this morning, we want to hear from conservatives only. Who best represents your views? You can see the numbers there on the screen divided by region. 202 is the area code, 585-3880 if you live in the Eastern Central time zone and are a conservative, 202-585-3881 for those of you in the Mountain and Pacific time zone. You can also get through via social media. At C-SPAN WJ is our Twitter handle. You can make a comment on our Facebook page, facebook.com/cspan, and an email if you wish, journal@cspan.org. We will hear from the progressives later in the show, but this morning in the first segment, as we go through the papers, we want to hear from conservatives only. Who best represents your views? Now, Chris Christie was one of the featured speakers yesterday. He got a lot of the headlines this morning in the newspapers. Here's the Washington Post. Christie-Obama bond unravels over aid. A little bit from this article. On Thursday, Christie used an appearance before the Conservative Political Action Conference to blast Obama in personal terms as a weak leader. Accusing Obama of sitting on the sidelines during bipartisan debt talks, Christie said, "If that's your attitude, Mr. President, what the hell are we paying you for?" The stark contrast between then and now demonstrated how the bond nurtured by the odd couple after Hurricane Sandy has unraveled and been replaced by a feud between two politicians who no longer stand to benefit from the appearance of a close partnership. That's a little bit from the Washington Post. Here's USA Today's take on it. Conservatives embrace Christie is the headline. Christie got an enthusiastic response from the crowd at CPAC beginning its annual three-day gathering. CPAC draws prominent Republicans, particularly those considering presidential runs, but organizers shunned Christie last year out of concern he was insufficiently conservative. And the Hill newspaper, this is their headline, "Our ideas are better than theirs." The stakes for his speech at CPAC, which he wasn't invited to last year, were high for Christie as he addressed a typically hostile crowd. But a strong performance was especially critical at a time when his political future is perhaps the most uncertain it's ever been, as he grapples with an ongoing investigation into the George Washington Bridge scandal that has rocked his administration. That's the Hill's take. And finally, here is the Washington Times take. Christie woos CPAC after 2013 snubbing. Mr. Christie, whom many Republicans criticize following the 2012 presidential election for his 11th hour praise of President Obama's response to Hurricane Sandy, sought to connect with grassroots activists who have been wary of him by touting his pro-life credentials and saying it's Democrats who are intolerant on abortion. Here's a little bit of Chris Christie from yesterday.
So when we say that we're pro-life and that we're proudly pro-life, that doesn't mean we're pro-life just when that human being is in the womb. We need to be pro-life when they leave the womb as well, for every step of their lives. And what's that mean? It means we have to be in favor of an educational system that's accountable so that child, as they grow, can have a world-class education. It means that we have to be in favor of a society that creates opportunity and jobs for them, not one that has the government control what they think is good or fair in our society. And it means when those children fall victim to disease, a disease like drug rehabilitation, we need to rehabilitate those kids because every life is precious. Every life is precious no matter where they are in society. We need to make that difference. So when we say we're proudly pro-life, we have to be pro-life throughout their entire lives, not just through parts.
Conservatives only for this first segment. 202 is the area code, 585-3880 if you live in the Eastern Central time zones, 585-3881 for those of you in the Mountain and Pacific. Who best represents your views? And if you can't get through On the phone lines, try social media. At C-SPAN WJ is our Twitter handle. Facebook.com/C-SPAN is our Facebook page. Journal@cspan.org. Tony in Palm Desert, California. Tony, who best represents your views?
Marco Rubio at this point. I mean, I loved Paul Ryan and Marco Rubio last cycle, and I adore Mitt Romney. And when you read about he woos the audience, I could think of woozy for my description. He just leaves me cold because I think he set out actually to make sure Mitt Romney didn't have 2 terms in there, because I think he knew his shelf life is limited. And if he didn't get in there in this shot, a little Chris Christie goes a long way.
Tony, what is it about Marco Rubio that you like?
Well, first of all, he is a fabulous speaker. I've seen him speak at, it was a Catholic law school in Florida, Ave Maria, and everything there's no notes. Everything flows perfectly from him. And it's not, I don't want to dig the president, but really everything is on note cards. Even when he tries to do a simple statement in the press room, everything is note cards. Marco Rubio speaks, and it's almost a second nature to him, where he doesn't have to guard his words so much. And he has a very clear vision. And I know he's kind of rubbing people wrong way on immigration, but if the bill that he got through would work, it would solve everybody's problems.
Tony, why are you conservative?
The ideas?
Yeah.
The ideas, fiscal and social to a certain part.
What do you do in Palm Desert?
I was in the entertainment business, sort of a dinosaur, a conservative in the entertainment business when I don't get to write my own checks to make movies.
What? Okay, you got to explain what you just said. What kind of entertainment do you do?
Oh, I was an agent and manager for television and film stars. Actually, stars. They weren't just personalities.
All right. Tony, thanks for calling in. We appreciate it. From Politico this morning, 2016ers split on Ukraine policy. For a glimpse at how a future Republican president might handle a global crisis, look no further than the Senate. There, 3 possible 2016 GOP presidential contenders, Senators Cruz, Paul, and Rubio, are weighing in on the Ukraine crisis and offering their own visions for U.S. foreign policy that highlight rifts between neoconservatives and isolationists that remain even as the Republican Party tilts away from U.S. military interventions. Rubio of Florida is calling for the most robust U.S. response to the Russian incursion into Ukraine. It's a little bit from Politico, and here's the Hill. Rubio zeroes in on foreign policy. Here's Marco Rubio yesterday at CPAC.
And I don't like to make these issues of national security partisan, because it's important that our country be united in moments like this. But we cannot ignore that the flawed foreign policy of the last few years has brought us to this stage. Because we have a president who believed, but by the sheer force of his personality, he would be able to shape global events. We have a president that believed that by going around the world and giving key speeches in key places, he could shape the behavior of other nations and other people. We do not have the luxury of seeing the world the way we hope it would be. We have to see the world the way it is. And we must address these issues before they grow unmanageable. And they threaten not just our freedoms, but our economy. And that is the true challenge that we have in the 21st century. And we must confront them with a seriousness of purpose that requires an American foreign policy deeply rooted in our values and in our moral principles.
Joel in Churchville, New York. Good morning.
Good morning, C-SPAN. How are you?
Who's the conservative that best represents your views, Joel?
That would be Ted Cruz.
Why?
He is the most decisive. He shows he can't be tarnished the way others can for a lack of intelligence. I sit back and I watch far too many good people get smeared by the mainstream media, from Palin to many others. Ted Cruz, they cannot tarnish him as being dumb. The guy is quick on his feet. He's would be my choice, although there's many great speakers there. I also love Rand Paul and Scott Walker, but Ted Cruz would be my choice, and I look forward to a Libertarian/Republican win in 2016.
Carol Olds posts on our Twitter feed, I prefer any Republican over the alternative, but Rubio and Ryan are my favorites. Joel in Churchville, New York, like Ted Cruz. Here's Ted Cruz yesterday at CPAC.
There are a lot of D.C. consultants that say there's a choice for Republicans to make. We can either choose to keep our head down, to not rock the boat, to not stand for anything, or we can stand for principle. And they say if you stand for principle, you lose elections. The way to do it, the smart way, the Washington way, is don't stand against Obamacare. Don't stand against the debt ceiling. Don't stand against nothing. I want to tell you something. That is a false dichotomy. You want to lose elections, stand for nothing. Look at the last 4 congressional elections, 06, 08, 10, and 12. 3 of the 4, we followed that strategy. 06, 08, and 12, we put our head down, we stood for nothing, and we got walloped. The one election that was a tremendous election was 2010, when Republicans drew a line in the sand. We said we stand unequivocally against Obamacare, against bankrupting the country, and we won an historic tidal wave of an election.
And Catherine is calling in from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Catherine, good morning.
Good morning.
Who represents your views?
Ted Cruz.
Why?
Intellect. He is not afraid to stand up and say that Washington is corrupt, because it is. He wants to run on principles. I adore him. He is my idea of a true American who cannot be bought. And everything he says is exactly what's going on in my head. I just can't articulate it like he can. But Ted Cruz, in my opinion, a true American. He wants term limits. He wants principles. He wants to get rid of Obamacare because he knows it's going to bankrupt the country. I just admire him so much.
Paul in Silver Lake, Indiana. Good morning.
Good morning, C-SPAN.
Who's on your list?
I would vote for Christie.
Why?
Because he's not afraid to hold somebody accountable. The Obama administration and the Democrats all plead the fifth. So have a good day, Dems.
Thank you, sir. McConnell works to reassure conservatives, according to the Washington Times, tackles ongoing Tea Party GOP rift. Carrying a rifle to the stage at the Conservative Political Action Conference, the Kentucky Republican said if Republicans win the 6 seats needed to make him majority leader, conservative ideas will get a hearing and liberal ideas will be defeated. If I am given the opportunity to lead the U.S. Senate next year, I won't let you down, Mr. McConnell said. The gun he brought to the stage was an NRA award for Senator Tom Coburn, an Oklahoma Republican and conservative icon, who is retiring at the end of this year. Mr. McConnell said he would lead the Senate in a way that would make Mr. Coburn proud. Still, his vow to hew to the conservative line drew derision from some in his audience on Thursday. Quote, he's been there too long and he is really out of touch with the real base of the Republican Party, said Ginny Walls, a 73-year-old from Kansas, who said she feels like Republican leaders use conservative activists to win elections, but turn on them in Washington. Larry in West Virginia, Kaiser, West Virginia. Larry, good morning. Who's your guy?
Good morning. Scott Walker is my guy.
Why?
And I think he's the one that will stand up and break the monopoly of the school teachers union, which I think is a big reason we're having the country go downhill. But I think the Republicans, instead of fighting among themselves, should pick different people for different jobs and just work as a team. And I'd like to see Rubio as part of the team. And I'd like to also see, my suggestion would be to get Mayor of New York, Giuliani, the ex-mayor, to be like Attorney General. I think he would do a great job, and we need someone. Holder is one of the reasons our country is going downhill so fast. The teamwork of Holder and Obama is destroying the country.
Edward Perkins tweets in, Rand Paul, he's least bigoted out of gang. His views on drug war, NSA, military spending are admirable. And here is American hero. Christie is the best thing to come out of New Jersey since the hoagie. From Politico this morning, Darrell Issa apologizes to Elijah Cummings over the turning off of the microphone in the committee hearing. This is what Elijah Cummings had to say in a statement. This evening, Chairman Issa telephoned me and apologized for his conduct, and I accepted his apology, Cummings said. My sincere hope is that we move forward. We will respect the opinions of all members of the committee. We will proceed in a deliberate and considered manner to obtain the facts. We will refrain from making accusations that have no basis in fact, and we will seek resolution rather than unnecessary conflict. Back to your calls on who best represents your views, conservatives. George, Ocala, Florida, good morning.
Yes, good morning. I really like, and I doubt if he will ever run, is Colonel Allen West. But I'm more for Rubio now because I think that he has a very good chance. I would also like to see Charles Krauthammer run. I mean, he's probably the best. One other thing is the hoagie came out of Philadelphia. I'm originally from Philadelphia. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you. And it's a submarine sandwich for anyone else who doesn't know. But, yeah, I like those gentlemen very, very much. And I will definitely vote for Rubio. Skeeter, 931, tweets in, I like Governor Walker. Don't know if he was there. I think he is speaking. I'm not sure if he's speaking tomorrow or today. Christian in Anchorage, Alaska. Christian, good morning to you. Who represents your views?
I like Trump.
What's that?
I like Trump.
Donald Trump? Why?
I like his view on their natural resources and how his view of America and what we can accomplish and how much potential we have. Do I think he could win? No, definitely not. But I like Marco Rubio for a winner. I think he's extremely fluent and very smart. I like how he brings everything together. He outlines the negatives, what the problems we have are, but he does it in a manner that is less uplifting. And
you know what? We're going to have to leave it there, Christian. Not a very good connection, unfortunately. Here's one headline from Politico that involves Donald Trump. Donald Trump warns the GOP and Marco Rubio on immigration. Maria, Westville, New Jersey. Who's the conservative who represents your views, Maria?
Oh, hello. Good morning. If I had to say, I would like the Constitution Party to come on C-SPAN and have their views because they actually attack the Federal Reserve. But given the field that we have now, it would have to be a combination of Ted Cruz because he's brilliant and principled, and Donald Trump because I like his idea on the borders. And if I could just say about Chris Christie, thinking that he's a strong leader, he backpedaled on gay marriage and on the Dreamer Act. So I advise people in the United States to beware of him. Thank you very much.
And did you vote for him in his re-election, Maria? We will never know. Matthew Badeau tweets in, Senator Rand Paul is number one, and Senator Ayotte of New Hampshire is number two for the GOP. This is the front page of the Denver Post this morning, and there's an ad at the bottom of this page. You can see it here. Keynote speaker Hillary Rodham Clinton will be speaking at First Bank Center in Broomfield, Colorado on Monday, June 2nd, 2014. For more information, it says visit uniquelives.com, but it's an ad on the front page, Hillary Rodham Clinton in the Denver area. Nancy is calling from Forsyth, Montana. Nancy, good morning to you. Who's a conservative who best represents your views?
Dr. Ben Carson.
Okay, why?
Well, I just think he's a brilliant scholar. He's a good thinker. He's not part of the Washington Belt's way. He's written a book called America the Beautiful, and I think he is promoting our country. He's taking the positive side of recognizing what we have that we could use, that we could improve the country, rather than kind of instead of naysaying. I really hope that he's invited to CPAC. I haven't heard word that he is, but as far as I'm concerned, he could be very electable.
Did you see Book TV? We did a 3-hour interview with him on Book TV last August.
I think I caught part of it, and I have seen him interviewed in other places on Hannity or other shows where you get a little bit of it. But I would love to see that. Is it coming back around?
No, you can go to booktv.org though and just type in his name in the search function up in the upper left-hand corner, and you can watch it online at your leisure.
Okay, sounds good.
From Politico and CPAC, Paul Ryan touts GOP's creative tension. Representative Ryan on Thursday cheered the squabbles within the Republican Party, painting the fierce intra-party debates as a healthy way to move the GOP forward. The 2012 GOP vice presidential nominee told a receptive audience at CPAC that the party is developing a modern pro-growth agenda, even if at times that process is messy, noisy, and a little bit uncomfortable. Next call comes from Bobby in Rochelle, Georgia. Hi, Bobby.
Yes.
Good morning.
How you doing?
I'm good. Who best represents your views?
Hillary Clinton.
All right. Tell you what, we're going to have to hang up on you because that's a little bit later in the program that we're going to be talking to progressives, conservatives only for this first segment. Lisa is calling from Spencer, Oklahoma. Hi, Lisa.
How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine. I like Christie because he seems to be somewhat mainstream, and he can probably generate some following for the general public. And Ted Cruz, I don't even think he was born in the United States, so I don't know how he can even run for president. So the people that's hollering for Ted Cruz, they might want to think about that. So thanks for allowing me to speak my...
But you like Chris Christie?
I like Chris Christie, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Andre, Huntsville, Alabama. Good morning, Andre.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
I am calling. My take is with Rand Paul. So I like his conversation. And to just say, but on the issue with the immigrant, with immigration, I thought take a. He's going to do more on that, sir, and transformative issue. He's going to have to put some action into it. Again, sir, it's just a bunch of partisan foolishness. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Pete, Great Neck, New York. Hi, Pete.
Good morning. How are you? I like Scott Walker. I like a governor, and he's getting the job done over there. He's turning around the state, and he had a tough task in his state. Everybody was against him, and I'll take Ted Cruz or Rand Paul as his vice president. So if he does a good job, they'll get elected the next time around. So, let's turn this country around. Thank you.
And James Ard, one of our regular tweeters, says he's pretty sure Scott Walker will not be speaking at CPAC because he's in a bad budget battle at home. Politico and the GOP economic plan is ? It's the 6th year of Barack Obama's presidency. The job market is still sluggish. Most Americans say they're unhappy with the economy, and Obama's approval ratings are down. So what's the Republican plan to turn it around? The answer is they don't all think they need one, and those who do can't agree on a unified view. But some prominent Republicans are warning their compatriots that they need to get their act together because just running against the Obama record isn't going to be enough, especially if they want to be ready for 2016, as in see Romney Mitt. From all the outward signs, Republicans would do just fine in the midterms this year. GOP strategists say voters are so frustrated with the economy that they're ready to give Republicans a chance and could hand them the keys to the Senate as well as the House. The problems with the Obamacare rollout haven't exactly helped Democrats either. But it's one thing to run against the Obama Mark Pryor economy or the Obama any red state Democrat economy, and another to lay out positive alternatives. Some Republicans and influential conservatives are warning the party that if they don't lay out alternatives, they'll miss a big opportunity. That's from Politico this morning, and Jonathan is calling from Woodbridge, Virginia. Hi, Jonathan. Who best represents your views?
Good morning. I'm sorry. Earlier, a few calls ago, you mentioned a website to watch some of the videos. What was that site again, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, you mean Book TV?
Book TV, like read a book, but booktv.com?
Yeah, are you booktv.org, which is a C-SPAN. Do you not watch Book TV?
No.
You've never heard of Book TV?
Not till now, but I'm
It's
gonna
a
check it out.
C-SPAN. It's a C-SPAN channel every weekend.
Okay.
48 hours of nonfiction books on C-SPAN 2.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Bye.
booktv.org. You can find it at C-SPAN as well. So.
My first pick would be Dr. Carson, or Dr. Ben Carson, and my second pick would be Ted Cruz.
Why?
So Dr. Carson, I know him personally from my family growing up, extremely principled, great man, and I favor limited small government, and I think he's definitely somebody who would stick to his guns with that. He's, not somebody who'd be bought. Same thing with Ted Cruz. He demonstrated that he wasn't willing to just go along with the party when everyone kind of just backed down to the Democrats with the spending policy this year and last year. So he actually didn't really care what, the media bashed him with. I'd like to see somebody who actually will be able to deliver what they promise.
Jonathan, are you listening on C-SPAN radio and commuting right now?
Yes.
Okay, what do you do here in the Washington area?
I'm an insurance agent and financial advisor.
All right. Thanks for listening to C-SPAN Radio. 90.1 if you're in the area here. Dana tweets in, Rand Paul for president, Cruz for vice president, Allen West, Secretary of State, Carson, Surgeon General, Trey Gowdy, Attorney General, America Restored. From the Washington Times, which is one of the sponsors of CPAC, and David Keene, one of the longtime chairs of CPAC and now the editorial page editor of the Washington Times, will be joining us in a little while to take your calls. Obama tweet on immigration reform draws ire. Stephen Dinan of the Washington Times writes that President Obama on Thursday tweeted that he is a, quote, champion-in-chief for comprehensive immigration reform, a move activists saw as an admission that he's suffering political damage from his administration's record-setting level of deportations. Mr. Obama has been under fire for years over the Homeland Security Department's informal quota of trying to deport about 400,000 immigrants every year. Republican opponents accuse him of inflating the numbers, while immigration rights advocates say the number is too high. Those advocates have increasingly taken their anger out on Mr. Obama, arguing he has the authority to unilaterally halt most deportations, even without a bill from Congress. Mr. Obama finds himself buffeted by criticism from both sides, and that played out on Twitter after he posted his short message on his account from Obama for America, his campaign arm. Quote, Deporter-in-Chief breaking millions of families, tweeted back the DRM Action Coalition, which is an organization of young immigrants who gained tentative legal status under a presidential directive. Cornelia is calling in from Cottonwood, Idaho. Cornelia, who are your conservative leaders?
Hi, good morning.
Hi.
Well, I would just like to state for all of the above reasons that I've already heard that Ben Carson is far and away my favorite candidate but for president. However, I realize that probably he's limited in his ability to get there just because he's not a real savvy insider politician. But I think he would be a tremendous, tremendous president, and this country needs him. He has the moral, social, world history, military savvy he could get through people he knows how to pick well, because he's so extremely intelligent man. And I also liked Newt Gingrich, but I realized with his marriage problems he would never, ever probably be able to be a candidate again. But God bless America, and please, everybody, pray for America. Thank you so much.
Les in Berea, Kentucky. Good morning, Les.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, I enjoy your program. I like all of the candidates. Geo, I like Rick Santorum, and Governor Christie, I like him. Scott Walker, Governor Scott Walker, got a great field. Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio. I like Alan West, Ben Carson. All of those are terrific candidates, far superior to what we've had actually in the last three presidents. I mean, far superior to Obama and Bush and Clinton as far as moral integrity, the whole nine yards. I mean, Ben Carson, that would be terrific.
And Ben Carson, by the way, will be speaking tomorrow. That will be live on C-SPAN. If you go to cspan.org, you will be able to figure out the exact schedule. But he will be speaking tomorrow. Well, another one of the speakers yesterday is Bobby Jindal. And here's a little bit from Governor Jindal.
Now, having witnessed the events abroad these last several days, as we see the president of Russia invade a neighboring country while our president wants to downsize our military, while our president brags about the increased spending on food stamps, seeing a president that doesn't understand that a strong America leads to a peaceful, more stable world, seeing a president who doesn't understand that a weak America leads to instability, seeing a president who doesn't seem to understand that our allies, our enemies alike, need and want a strong America. You know, we have long thought and said this president is a smart man. It may be time to revisit that assumption. Or at least to make a distinction between being book smart and being truly wise.
And Carl in Lake Charles, Louisiana, what do you think of your governor?
My governor is great. He is probably the most qualified person to run for the president of the United States. He was in the House. He was with Bush, into the medical area, in the cabinet, and now this state is much lower in unemployment than the whole country. This state is booming. His ideas on education with the vouchers and giving the people the choice for a better education with great charter schools. This man has a vision. He has a great vision, and he is fully qualified.
Thank you, Carl, in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Front page of the Star-Ledger out of Newark, New Jersey. The lead story, audit okays Christie's Ashbrit contract. A federal audit released yesterday concludes that Governor Chris Christie's administration did not violate any rules in awarding a no-bid contract to a politically connected company to haul away debris left by Hurricane Sandy. But the audit by the Department of Homeland Security's Inspector General also said municipalities that contracted with the firm, Ashbrit Inc. of Pompano Beach, Florida, beyond a 60-day emergency period in the immediate aftermath of the storm might have violated federal guidelines. Star-Ledger, Newark, New Jersey. Donna is calling in from Rome, New York. Donna, you're on the Washington Journal.
Well, thank you and welcome. Thank you very much. I appreciate being on C-SPAN. I watch it every morning that I'm able.
Appreciate that.
I said I watch C-SPAN every morning that I'm able to be up and about.
Yes, ma'am. Who's your favorite conservative right now?
At this point, I think the most electable would be Mike Huckabee.
Why is that?
I believe because I didn't know who he was the last time he ran, and I found out a lot more about him. And he seems to have a very sensible approach to our country. He's a man of integrity and character. I also believe Rand Paul, Ted Cruz, Ben Carson, and Alan West are all high up on my list of priorities. I often wonder what happened to J.C. Watts from Oklahoma. I was watching him several years ago, and he's kind of dropped out of the radar.
All right. That's Donna in Rome, New York. A lot of Facebook comments. And Jay Payne has a whole list of his favorite conservatives right now. Calvin Coolidge, Grover Cleveland, Thomas Jefferson, Andrew Jackson, Barry Goldwater, Dr. Ron Paul, Ronald Reagan, JFK, Ted Cruz, and Senator Rand Paul. And he goes on to say, analyze that. If you'd like to participate in this conversation on Facebook, facebook.com/cspan, quite a lot of names being posted up there, a lot of comments. So just join in right there, and that'll be up all day. Peter is calling from Fairfax, Virginia. Hi, Peter.
Hello. I just wanted to remind all the callers to remember that the United States of America is, it's not supposed to be a democracy. Democracy is majority rule. The United States of America is a constitutional republic with democratically elected representatives that are put there supposed to be to enforce the law of the land. Anyway, on that note, I think my favorite candidate is probably Rand Paul, but I think that what conservatives have to realize is that if there's not a Rand Paul type philosophical candidate up there, there's a large block of libertarian type thinking Americans that will probably, use one of the important things that we have that P.J. O'Rourke reminds of, and that's not voting. And so I think conservatives need to realize this. I don't think they understand this. I'm not sure they're clear with this whole idea. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Rand Paul will be speaking today. Again, following this program, we will be live at CPAC beginning at about 10:10 a.m. Eastern Time. From Politico this morning, Kirsten Gillibrand's sexual assault bill derailed. Senator Gillibrand of New York came up short Thursday in her year-long campaign to overhaul military sexual assault policies, falling 5 votes short of the 60 needed to overcome a filibuster. The New York Democrats' bill, which would have removed the chain of command from prosecuting sexual assaults and other major military crimes, was derailed in the Senate on a 55-45 vote. Shirley, Witten, South Dakota. Shirley, who best represents your views when it comes to conservatives today?
I believe it'd be Governor Huckabee.
Why?
Well, he's been a governor. He has run a government, and I believe that is what we need up as a president. Senators have not had enough experience as how to control things and how to understand people. My first choice would be Senator Huckabee, and second choice would be Rick Perry. Thank you.
Shirley, where's Witten, South Dakota?
Way out in the middle of South Dakota, down in the south central.
South central. So how far from Pierre are you?
About 90 miles.
Okay. How far from where Mount Rushmore is?
Right about 175.
What do you do there in Witten, South Dakota?
I'm retired.
From what?
My husband was a mechanic and a farmer, and I used to tend bar.
Thank you, Shirley, for calling in.
Well, thank you. I watch C-SPAN a lot.
Well, we appreciate it. Gary tweets in, if we elect Rand Paul for president, he could put his dad in charge of the Fed and it could be disbanded and our dollar would rebound. And Sea of Tranquility says Carson would be perfect to head up HHS. And here is number 1. I like John Huntsman. And Jean Doe says Ted Cruz, Tom Sowell, Walter Williams, WorldNet Daily, Gary North, Star Parker, Michelle Malkin, Lou Rockwell Jr., etc. Quite a list there. David in Monticello, Georgia. David, you're on C-SPAN. Who's the conservative best representing your views today?
I love Rand Paul, and I'd like to see a Huckabee Paul ticket, but there's too much stigma with Rand Paul's name, and Huckabee's not going to run. So the best choice is to tap into some demographics the conservatives just have lost, and I think a Ted Cruz, Ben Carson ticket would sweep. I really do. And they also hold my conservative values.
What is a conservative value, David?
I just think you have to get back to you have to tap into the evangelicals and the constitutionalists of this country, and that is going to change the GOP. The GOP is too complacent; they've lost their way, and there really is a strong on-the-ground movement for Tea Party ideals, and the GOP can discredit them all they want. But that's where the heart of the country really is.
David,
and,
you got quite a senator.
You have to tap into the demographics that we're not getting, and a Carson Ted Cruz ticket would do it.
David, you got quite a Senate race going down there in Georgia. But who are you supporting right now?
I'm really not sure. I just tapped into our representative from Savannah, Kingston, and I really like him, but I don't know if he's electable, if he can swing it.
Is he running? Is he in the primary?
Yes, he's supposed to be, yeah.
Oh, okay. I should have known that. Sorry about that. All right, that's David in Monticello, Georgia, and this is Lawrence in Bronx, New York. Hi, Lawrence.
Yes, hi, good morning. I'd like Mr. Carson and Ron Paul, except they don't talk much about helping the poor. But Mr. Carson, there's one problem. He's black, and they don't want to see a black president in the White House anymore. I'm afraid of that. They only like him because he's a Republican, but they don't really like black people. And Ron Paul, I think he's definitely racist.
You think he is definitely racist? That was Lawrence, and he hung up, so we don't get a follow-up with him. But we'll hear from Nick from El Paso, Texas. Nick, what do you think of your Senator Cruz?
I love him.
Why?
He's my pick for president.
Why is that?
Because he stands for strong values and Tea Party, and if I could, I would pick, and also for school choice. School choice is becoming a Republican thing. Charter schools, public schools, private schools, that's coming. That's a big thing with the parents here in Texas, and the conservative thing is a strong national defense, strong family values, and pro-life, and strong Second Amendment.
Nick, what about how far from the border do you live in El Paso?
Just about a mile.
And do you ever see activity on the border, or are you in a more populated area?
I'm in a more populated area, but, I'm about a mile away from a walking bridge. You can walk across the bridge into Mexico.
Right.
And, and there's several big bridges here. This is a main port of entry here into the United States. It's a large port entry here. We got cars, trucks, 18-wheelers, all that, but you can walk across. If you go downtown to El Paso, plus this area is growing here. It's grown in the last 10 years.
Is immigration a concern for you?
Yes, because I'm for legal immigration, not for illegal. But you can see what's going on across the border. Sometimes we get bullets coming across the border, hitting our old city hall, almost hitting the University of El Paso, Texas. And, we got a strong Border Patrol presence here, a strong federal presence, plus a large military base and 2 universities here on the border. New Mexico State University is about 40 miles away. University of Texas, El Paso is right here in El Paso.
What do you do in El Paso?
Right now I'm farming. I'm growing chilies and alfalfa and trying to grow some pecans here.
All right, Nick in El Paso, thanks for calling in. Ivan's in Sherman, Texas. Ivan, where's Sherman, Texas? Ivan?
Yes, sir.
Where is Sherman, Texas?
That's about 60 miles straight north of Dallas.
Okay. All right. Who do you like? Who's your favorite conservative?
I would like to see a Bush-Rubio ticket.
Why?
Well, I believe that they both have good Christian values. I believe they'd be great with international affairs, and I think they'd be a real good team as far as domestic issues.
Do you think Jeb Bush is going to run?
Well, I sure hope so. I mean, there's nothing saying that he is. There's no forecast on it, but I think they would both hold the office for 8 years, and I think I'd like to see Rubio get a little experience under Jeb, and we could hold that office for a good long time.
That's Ivan in Sherman, Texas, and this is Mike in Lithia Springs, Georgia. Hi, Mike.
Hey, what's going on, man? I tell you, I like Ted Cruz, really, and I can see him with Rand Paul.
Why?
Well, I mean, to me, they pulled the veil over the Republican Party. I mean, they show the Republican Party for what it really is. And truly, I think if both of them two clowns was elected, I mean, this country wouldn't last that long.
Are you being a little bit sarcastic, maybe?
Well, I mean, you can call it how you see it. I mean, the only way you can get on C-SPAN is you talk about these Republicans. So I'll talk about the jokes and, play along.
That's Mike in Lithia Springs, Georgia. This is Fred tweeting in, I want a governor. I like Bobby Jindal. We have a talker in the White House now, and he is probably the worst president in history. And this is Ron. Whoops, not that one. Sorry about that. This is TJ. Christie didn't even come close to wooing them as Ted Cruz did. Christie is a rhino Republican in name only. And here is, I think we've read all the tweets, so we're all done with that. Coming up in just a minute, David Keene, who is the editorial page editor, opinion editor of the Washington Times, longtime chairman of the American Conservative Union, which sponsors CPAC. He'll be joining us from CPAC in just a minute. Following after Mr. Keene, Joy Reid, who's got a new show on MSNBC, The Reid Report. She'll be joining us from New York. Dalai Lama has been in the country for the last couple of weeks, and he opened up the Senate the other day with a prayer.
Now my broken English, the pronunciation may not be correct. At least not American as a pronunciation. With our thoughts, we make our world. Our mind is central and precedes our deeds. Speak or act with a pure mind, and happiness will follow you, like a shadow that never leaves. The second sentence, may there be joy in the world, with bountiful harvest and spiritual wealth. May every good fortune come to be, and may all our wishes be fulfilled. This is my favorite prayer. Daily I pray this. That gives me inner strength. So enthusiasm to serve sentient being, humanity on this one. As long as space remains, and as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain and help dispel the misery of the world. Thank you.
Washington Journal continues.
And about 15 miles south of the Capitol is National Harbor, Maryland. It's right on the Potomac River, and that's where CPAC is having its annual conference, its 41st annual, sponsored by the American Conservative Union. And David Keene is the longtime chair of the American Conservative Union. What, 1984 to 2011, Mr. Keene? Is that when you served as chair?
Yeah, that's right.
And what have you been doing since then?
Well, I served 2 years as president of the National Rifle Association, and then for the last 8 or 9 months, I've been serving as editorial and opinion editor of the Washington Times.
And the American Conservative Union, did you help to found that? No, I wasn't at the founding. It was founded actually in the
late 1964, right after the Goldwater campaign. Bill Buckley was crucial in putting it together. At that time, you can imagine after the Goldwater loss, there was a big effort to try and put things back together, and the ACU was the result of that.
And Mr. Keene, in those 50 years, from Goldwater to some of the speakers you have today out there at CPAC, how has conservatism changed in your view?
Well, back then it was sort of a small group, if you will. When the first CPAC was held 41 years ago here in Washington, the speaker was Ronald Reagan of California, and there were about 100 people or a few more in attendance. Out here today, we've got 10 or 11,000 people in attendance. So CPAC itself has grown, but just as importantly, the conservative movement has grown. The conservative movement isn't the same as the Republican Party, but the Republican Party is influenced significantly now by the conservative movement, which wasn't true back then.
Mr. Keene, yesterday, quite a roster of speakers. Who stood out for you?
Well, I don't like to pick favorites, but I think they all did a pretty good job yesterday. And you know, this is an opportunity for people to come, potential candidates and the like, to come and talk to and meet the conservative activists. The people that attend this conference are the people that anybody, whether they're running for state office or national office, have to rely on to do the hard work in a campaign, to support them and do all of that. So they want to come here to talk to these people. It's the only place in the country in any one year where these people get together. Years ago, Ronald Reagan in 1981 gave his first major speech outside the White House at this conference. And he told me at the time, and then said in his speech, he said, "The reason I'm here, the reason I'm giving this speech is I believe that you dance with those who brung you. And these are the people who worked for my election, who got me to the presidency, and that's why I'm here to thank them." So potential candidates recognize that, just as it's true today as it was then. So they come here to essentially audition before the movement so that people can get a sense of them, their positions, and whether they like them or not.
I want to ask you about a couple headlines. CPAC Day 1 showcases a divided GOP. This is the Hill newspaper. And Politico says Paul Ryan touts GOP's, quote, creative tension. Is there creative tension at CPAC?
Well, I think creative tension is probably a pretty good term. You know, at this conference, over all these years, conservatives have debated and discussed and considered different strategic directions and indeed different positions on various issues that are important to them. Paul Ryan very much represents that feeling that it's fine to be opposed to the other guys, but that if you really want to win, you also have to highlight what you're going to do, and that's what he talks about. Some other people talk about different things. It isn't that they disagree, because most people here generally agree in terms of principles. They often disagree in terms of strategy and tactics. They often among them have different priorities. We have national defense people, economic conservatives, and I think Paul would be a very good example of that, and social conservatives. And all of those people, while they like each other, emphasize different aspects of the movement and different issues.
David Keene, a lot of the speakers yesterday didn't hear very few mentions of relatively hot topic for conservatives, gay marriage. Why is that?
It's up to the speaker to pick his topics and discuss it. I don't know whether there's a panel on that or not at this CPAC, but the odds are that there aren't, because I haven't seen anything about it.
Is it still a hot topic in conservative circles?
It is. I mean, there is a strong belief in traditional marriage among conservatives. There are many conservatives who believe that marriage, as it was historically, shouldn't be the function of the state, that it's a religious and civil ceremony. So that argument goes on within the movement. And there are those who believe, I think most believe, that you shouldn't be discriminating, you shouldn't be hurting people that are different than you, but neither should you be forced to accept things that you have objections to. I think that the discussion among conservatives is more the the tendency on the part of some supporters of gay marriage, for example, or gay rights, to try to force other people to agree with them or to go along with what they want, as opposed to letting everyone live.
From your newspaper, this is a news article, but McConnell works to reassure conservatives. What did you think of Mitch McConnell's speech yesterday?
I thought it was fine. I thought it was a great honor for Senator Coburn of Oklahoma, who, as you know, is leaving the Senate for health reasons, that Mitch McConnell came as the Senate leader to present him with an award for his service. And that's really the reason that McConnell was here. And, you know, this goes to this whole strategic question. Back in the 60s and in the early 70s, when there were disagreements within the Republican coalition, if you will, say between the Reagan, Goldwater, and Rockefeller wings, if you sat them down, they had very different visions of what should be done. Today, if you were to talk to Ted Cruz, Mitch McConnell, and some of the others, their vision as to what ought to be accomplished doesn't differ very much. There's a sort of a consensus on conservative values and goals. The differences occur, and sometimes they're very divisive over tactics and strategy. And I think that McConnell here was emphasizing that he shares the vision of the people here in this convention.
If you lived in Kentucky, Mr. Keene, would you support Mitch McConnell?
I sure would.
What do you think about the fact that he's having a really a rough time right now in his reelection?
Well, you know, I'm one who happens to believe that primaries and fights for the nomination within a party are ultimately helpful to the party. I know that the candidate being challenged doesn't always like that, but I'd be willing to bet that McConnell overcomes that challenge and goes on to win the general election. You know, it's easy, and being a party leader is a tough position, a legislative leader, because you don't have the freedom to simply issue press releases and take the position that this is the way the world ought to be. You have to work with a coalition of people in your own party and try to get votes from the other party where it's possible to achieve some progress. So the party leader's position is always a position that's open to criticism. And Lord knows Mitch McConnell's been criticized, sometimes unfairly, sometimes fairly. But I think that anybody in Kentucky or elsewhere who looks at what he's been able to do, what he's been able to accomplish, would agree that he's a pretty good leader.
David Keene, lead editorial in the Washington Times this morning. Harry's House of Cards, talking about Majority Leader Harry Reid. Did you write this one?
I did not, because I was busy here. Fortunately, I'm not the only person with a pen at the Washington Times.
Demonizing an opponent to avoid an argument over ideas is one of the oldest tricks in politics. This editorial says principles are heavy baggage in the climb to power. As Mr. Reid and Frank Underwood, his role model, have learned, the next season of House of Cards is a year away when we will see whether Underwood is headed for a fall. We won't have to wait that long to see whether Harry Reid takes the tumble he deserves. Election day is only 8 months away.
I wish I'd written that.
David Keene is our guest from CPAC out at National Harbor. Phone numbers are up on the screen if you'd like to participate in this conversation. We're going to begin with this tweet that's come in for you, Mr. Keene. Are there any conservative Democrats speaking at the conference, or are they extinct, like the dodo bird?
Well, I don't know that they're extinct, but as you go back to history in the 60s and 70s, the two parties were not as ideologically homogeneous as they are today. So you had a lot of conservative Democrats and you had a lot of moderate to liberal Republicans. Today, that's not the case. There are some conservative Democrats here. The sheriff of Milwaukee County is a elected Democrat, and he's going to be speaking. There may be some others, but obviously there aren't any Democrats from the United States Senate, for example, which tends to march in lockstep to Harry Reid's demands.
Ronald Gumbs tweets in, why was the minority outreach panel meeting room so popular? Standing room only.
Well, because conservatives are really working to get their message out to different communities around the country, and they're very interested in that. you know, it's interesting because on the intellectual side in the conservative movement, there are a lot of minority people. But in terms of the politics and getting mass support, there hasn't been that much effort. And that's true of Republicans. It's also true of conservatives. It's interesting to me because when you look at the politics of it, it really amounts to getting out and doing the work that is necessary to meet people and get them on board. But the values of most of the minority communities, the values, not necessarily the votes, tend to line up with those of the people at this conference. And I think they want to know how to make the connection that goes from those values to the people that hold them.
When you've looked at demographics, Mr. Keene, is immigration reform important to get the Hispanic vote for the Republicans?
I think it's an issue, and it's important in many ways. But I don't think, and one of the things that sort of offended me over the last couple of years in the debate over immigration reform is that it's been argued on those kinds of grounds. If we do this, maybe we'll get some votes. You know, something as important as the immigration rules and who we let in and how we let them in and how we enforce our border policies shouldn't be decided on the basis of how many votes you're going to get from this group or from that group. It should be decided on what's good for the American Republic and what's good for the economy in this country. So I don't really look at it in terms of the politics. I will say this, you know, among Republican congressmen, the congressman who gets perhaps the highest percentage of the so-called Hispanic vote in his district is a congressman from New Mexico who's very anti-immigration reform. But he's out there. He knows his constituents. He's out there meeting with them. And as he puts it, you don't always have to agree with them. But if you get to like him and they like you, you get the support that you want. So I think it's important. But I think it has to be looked at in terms of what's good for the country. And people differ on that. I do think that the two extremes in terms of debating over immigration reform ought to wake up and realize that neither one of them are going to have their way, and they ought to sit down and decide what's realistic and how can we fix some of the problems that we have.
When is the straw poll that CPAC does?
It's released on Saturday afternoon, and all the registrants, as they register and during the conference, vote and pick their favorites, and then the results are tabulated and announced on Saturday. And you know, it's interesting because the press likes to say, okay, this year this guy is the favorite in terms of conservatives for president. That's fine, that's interesting, but the reason that straw poll was put together over the years was the other questions, to find out where conservatives stand on some of the really important issues, immigration reform, for example, or all of the others. And that's what we look to when we analyze those poll results.
David Keene is our guest from the Washington Times, the opinion editor. Clark is calling in from La Crosse, Wisconsin, on our Democrats line. Hi, Clark.
Good morning. Mr. Keene, shouldn't it really bother conservatives that they already lost the popular vote 5 times in the last 6 national elections? I mean, from what I can see, from the speeches, the party is just moving further to the right. I mean, nobody's going to vote for independents and others. They're not going to vote for somebody that far to the right.
Thank you,
that's
Clark.
what I say. That's what I say about the Democrats. They keep moving further to the left, and it sure didn't bother Bill Clinton that he only got 43% of the vote. The fact of the matter is that any political party in a two-party system has to shape its message and its product and its stands to get a majority of the vote. There are anomalies, of course, and we have the Electoral College, which can make the difference on the margin. And we can have third-party candidates, as we did have with the Perot candidacy when Bill Clinton was running. But really what your questioner is asking, and he's asking it rather sarcastically, but it goes to a very good point, and that is that as changes take place in the country, as people focus on different problems, the job of a party, the job of a coalition of people with strong beliefs is how to apply their values in a way that will attract majority support. it doesn't mean that they should change their values. I don't advocate that Democrats give up what they believe in or that Republicans give up what they believe in. But I do think that it's important that if you believe strongly in something, and if you're in the political area, in the political sphere, you have to figure out how to make those values connect with voters. You have to figure out how to communicate those values, and you have to develop programs that help voters, that help people, that help the economy based on those values. If you can't do that, you're going to lose. I happen to think that Republicans and conservatives can and are doing that.
Tom in Hanoverton, Ohio, on our Republican line. Good morning. You're on the Washington Journal.
Good morning. I really appreciate what he just said, answering that guy. What I'd like to see is when you're doing voting, even when you're doing on the internet, when you're checking people out and stuff, I'd like to see you put a scale like a 1 to 10 on each of them, and then let people number them instead of just picking one, because almost everyone so far that's been on the CPAC, I'm all for him. Jeb Bush, I'm not for him. I just don't trust the Bushes or anything. But seeing what's going on in Florida and everything too. But the rest of them, it's like you picked a lot of good men, and they got values and integrity. This is what this country needs back to, is values and integrity. I really appreciate what you just said as far as answering that guy. That was very nice. All right.
Mr. Keene.
Thank you.
Was Jeb Bush invited, do you know, Mr. Keene?
I don't know because I'm not in charge of the invitations, but Jeb was here last year and spoke to CPAC then. As governor of Florida, he was a pretty good conservative. He has a marketing problem nationally because you can only think of the fact that if we had coming into the next presidential election, if it turned out to be Bush versus Clinton again, we'd have voters all across the country slashing their wrists.
Sea-Dog tweets into you, what ideas does CPAC have for making Joe Sixpack's life better?
Well, I think that that's what it's all about. And conservatives believe, and history has shown this to be true, that if you provide an atmosphere in which entrepreneurship can flourish, you create jobs, you make life better for everyone. If you cut taxes in a way that both stimulates the economy and puts more money into Joe Sixpack or anyone else's pocket, you help both the economy and the life that they live. And that's really the difference between conservatives and liberals on the economic front. In addition to which, the one thing that this country stands for is freedom to make your own decisions. And most of the folks that I know, and I grew up in a union family, and my father ran a bar where Joe Sixpack bought his six-pack. Americans value freedom, and that's what conservatives stand for.
Nick, Fairview, Tennessee, on our independent line. Our guest is David Keene of the Washington Times.
Yes, I have got run the gauntlet, but anyhow, I hold that the Democratic Party is a party of slime, and the establishment public, the Republicans, a party is stupid. I mean, they sit there and they don't know how to be ruthless. Now, that doesn't mean you have to be bad, but you have to be tough. That's why Romney got whipped. That's why McCain got whipped. And that's why Dole got whipped. They're going to, no matter who it is, the Democrats are going to find everything they can, no matter what, to destroy them because they don't have anything. And then they fear the Tea Party because we understand. We don't negotiate at the table of the enemy. And please comment.
I will. Let me just use by way of a case study or reference this last presidential election. Going into it, President Obama and his supporters knew very well that he was going to lose millions of voters that had supported him in 2008 because he hadn't been able to deliver or didn't try to deliver on many of the promises he made, and that his presidency was far different than the one he'd promised. They realized, therefore, that what they had to do was, first of all, make sure that those voters didn't move over to the Republican candidate, which you would expect under normal circumstances when that kind of thing happens. And they had to create a situation where voters would say, well, maybe President Obama hasn't done that great a job, but he's sure better than this other guy. So they set out in the summer before that election to demonize Republicans and to demonize Mitt Romney in targeted states. And it worked. They dug such a hole, and he didn't respond to it. He didn't respond to it because his reaction was, and we now know, was that nobody's going to believe that sort of thing. Well, people will believe it if you don't respond to it and if you're not tough enough to come back. I don't happen to think that conservatives or Republicans should use the dirty tactics that, for example, the Obama campaign used in this last election. But I do think that they have to be tough and they have to get their message back out. They have to talk and articulate their values, and they have to respond to attacks and get the truth out there for voters to recognize. You know, sometimes voters don't get what they bargained for, and I think that was true in the 2012 election, because the narrative that the president put out on Obamacare, for example, and on a number of other things, had very little relation to what he actually intended to do. So people voted for a candidate that wasn't really the candidate that they got. In other places, they get what they voted for. And what if you're in that arena, it's a tough arena, and you have to make sure that when they vote, they know what it is they're choosing between. And if they know that, I'm confident that conservatives and Republicans will win.
David Keene, Ann Meyer tweets into you, what do you find objectionable about McConnell primary challenger Matt Bevin? Needs clarification. People have McConnell fatigue.
I think when I answered that previous question, I said I'm a believer in primaries. I think that voters have every right to put up whoever they want. I also said that if I were in Kentucky, I'd vote for Mitch McConnell. I don't know his opponent. I have nothing against him. But Mitch McConnell, over the years and now, has been a very tough Senate leader dealing with an often weak hand in a minority situation in the Senate. But all the way back to campaign finance reform and the like, Mitch McConnell has stood up in the Senate and fought for values that we share. We get tired of anybody who's been around a long time, and maybe some folks are tired of Mitch, but I think he's done a good job, and I think he deserves re-election. And that's nothing against his opponent, and that's nothing against a primary. But it is support for a fellow that I think has done a pretty good job under very adversarial circumstances.
Mason is calling in from Dayton, Ohio on our Democrats line. Mason, please go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you for taking my call. I have two questions. The first is, out of all the speakers yesterday, you're right, they did have one thing in common, and that was for their, I hate to use the word hate, that's a little strong, but let's say very strong dislike for the President of the United States, and they had a lot of very rude and disrespectful and mean things that they said yesterday, and I was curious how you thought about what they said, and do you support language such as some of the things they used yesterday about our President of the United States and the office of the United States? And the second question I have is on conservative outreach. I hear you saying that your language needs to change and the conservative movement needs to incorporate more people when they're talking about different policies. Well, I gotta say, actions speak louder than words. And you can say and use whatever rhetoric or spin that you want to, but the policies actually need to support the people you want to outreach to.
Thank you, Mason. Anti-President Obama rhetoric and conservative outreach, Mr. Keene.
Well, the last poll shows that 38% of the American people approve of the way the president's handling his job. So I think that you can expect, not just for partisan reasons, but for substantive reasons, some harsh criticism of the way this administration has acted. The Washington Post's fact checker at the end of last year said the lie of the year was the President of the United States suggesting on medical care that if you wanted to if you liked your doctor, you could keep him, period. So this is a president who has dissembled and dissembled and dissembled. It is a president who has made end runs around constitutional guarantees. He's ended up in court on some of these things. This is a president who a lot of people, not just conservatives, are very upset with in the way that he acts. There was a Democratic professor from George Washington University who testified before the Senate recently on the president's overreach, and he said, I agree Barack Obama's policies, but I think that he's endangering the constitutional structure that has allowed this country to be free for so long. And I think we're nearing a tipping point in terms of the Constitution because of his actions, which are unconstitutional. Those are strong words. They come from a liberal Democrat. So you're going to expect that sort of thing. You know, if you look at rhetoric and reality, and you look at the way this administration has acted, most of the policies that it's adopted have been most harmful to the groups that have supported this president most strongly, particularly minority groups. The unemployment rate among minority voters is much higher than it was in the past. Everything from the minimum wage proposal that the president has made will make it virtually impossible for many people to get the starter jobs that they need. The regulations that have been put onto banks and the rest are going to make it more difficult for these people to realize their dream of home ownership. There are all kinds of things, and yet your caller, and I understand her partisan support for the president. That's fine, but I think that she needs to ask those questions about her party and about her president, because it isn't the Republicans who have been claiming, as Harry Reid and the president have, that Republicans are unpatriotic if they criticize the policies of this president.
Next call for David Keene of the Washington Times comes from Joey on our Republican line in Las Vegas. Hi, Joey.
Hi, good morning, Mr. King.
Morning.
You know, Mitt Romney would have won the election hands down when he was having the debate. All he had to do was ex-President Obama, when you got caught on the open mic, saying you would be more flexible about it, because there's only right or wrong or good or bad. So it had to be something bad that he had intentions of doing with Putin. So now we had no answer for that. Also, I'd like you to investigate Franklin Raines, who got $90 million in 5 years for Fannie and Freddie. If the person who wrote the check for him for that $90 million is still working for Fannie and Freddie, how did he get that $90 million for 5 years? And then if you want to put a stop to the Democrats, all you got to do, there was a sitting congressman who was on the Greta Van Suskin show, and she asked him, when they had the explosion in the Gulf, isn't there an agency that oversees the safety on these rigs? And the Senate, the Congress.
You know what, Joey? We've got some issues on the table. Let's see what Mr. Keene would like to respond to.
Well, I think that if you look at the president's performance and the performance of this administration, we focus because of the focus that the American people usually have, particularly in bad economic times when we're trying to come out of a recession, on domestic policy. But the Obama administration has completely failed internationally, not failed partly, but failed completely. And John Bolton, the former UN ambassador, made the point here at CPAC yesterday that while all of these other issues are important to us, we cannot forget and we cannot fail to focus on what's going on in the world, because the United States today, as the president put it, trying to lead from behind, has stepped back. And he thinks that leads to peace. It doesn't. You know, in recent memory, the president who used American troops less than any other modern president was Ronald Reagan, because he believed that if the country was strong, you weren't going to have to do that. The signal was going to be clear that despots and tyrants had to be a little bit careful, and they were. What you've got now in the Ukraine, you've got it in Asia with China going after some islands, declaring sovereignty over parts of the ocean that they have no right to declare sovereignty over. All around the world, you've got people like this saying, you know, the U.S. is checked out. Maybe we can do what we really have wanted to do and haven't been able to do in the past. So I think that there is going to be some focus on the foreign policy of this administration as we go forward, because it has been an unmitigated disaster.
Wayne LaPierre spoke yesterday at CPAC, and you served as president of the NRA for a couple of years. Freelancer tweets in, Mr. Keene, do you believe in majority rule because majority of America wants background checks before gun purchase?
That depends on how you answer the question. or how you ask the question. That's the thing about polls. We represent at the NRA, when I was there, not just the 5.25 million people that are formal members of the NRA, but the perhaps 50 million people who vote on Second Amendment questions. In the Senate, we opposed what was called a reasonable background check bill, the so-called Toomey Manchin Amendment, because we were very fearful that, one, it was simply a way to interfere with, would do nothing about crime or mass violence, but was a way to interfere with gun owners' rights. And also, we were very fearful that the way it was constructed, it would allow the federal government to do what the Justice Department and the FBI and others have wanted to do for a long time, which is to establish a national gun registry, which is illegal under legislation in this country. The President of the United States suggested that by even saying that, we were simply lying. It was interesting to me that in the week before the election, the American Civil Liberties Union came out and said, we've examined this legislation. The NRA is right. We don't need any more of these kinds of registries. We've got enough people keeping an eye on everybody else, and the government ought to be backing off. So we're very proud of the fact that we, at the NRA, opposed that so-called universal background check. The system that's in place isn't working, and it's a system that we've supported in the past, but the government has not got it straightened out so that most of the people that are prohibited from buying firearms are not people who should be prohibited, not convicted felons, not dangerously mentally ill people, but people who are false positives. A little bit like under TSA when Senator Kennedy years ago went to National Airport and they tried to keep him from boarding a plane because he was on some kind of database that said he was dangerous. They haven't even fixed any of these things within the national background check system, and we just don't think that adding to the burden of Americans with a perfect right to exercise their Second Amendment rights with no impact on crime, but just to grow the government so they can keep a closer eye on people is not a good idea. We opposed it then, we oppose it now, and interestingly, when people realized, not just legislators, but when people realized exactly what was in this legislation, what it would lead to, your caller's mention of great support for the idea began to crumble. And when people know what it is, it doesn't have anything approaching majority support.
John is calling in on our independent line from Portage, Maine. Good morning, John.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for taking my call. Good morning, gentlemen. I have a hypothetical question for you. First, I think we're playing with fire here, and if we continue going down the road we're going, there's not going to be any turning back. I wanted to ask you how you felt about Ralph Nader, Ron Paul, and Ross Perot. If the three of them got in there, how things would be different. I'll go off the air and wait for your response.
I assume what you're asking is my feeling about third-party candidates. Obviously, they have every right to do that, but the problem in the two-party system, the kind of system we have, is that if, for example, I was to support somebody running as a third-party conservative in the national election, that would aid the liberal Democrat in the national election because it would take votes away from probably the more moderate conservative running against him. So the question is, what do you want? Do you want to make a point? You have every right to make that point, and these candidates Ralph Nader and the others had the right to make the point. Or do you want instead to try and move public policy in the way the country's governed in the direction that you believe it should be going in? And in the two-party system, that means that what you need to do, it seems to me, is in the final analysis, after the primaries take place, is support the coalition that's closest, the political coalition closest to your values.
Front page of your paper this morning, Mr. Keene, DeLay returns to find GOP without backbone. An interview with Tom DeLay. He serves on the ACU, Conservative Political Action Conference Board, and he regrets that the GOP does not have a backbone today.
Well, I think that what Tom's reflecting is the feeling of many people that perhaps the Republicans in Congress could have done more at least on the margins, to move things in the right direction. The fights with the president, I mean, it's interesting that as a senator, of course, President Obama was all in favor of confrontations with the president, including shutdowns if necessary. As president, he refused to negotiate on anything. You know, during the president who had the government shut down the most times was Jimmy Carter, 7 times I believe it was, and under the Reagan administration it was shut down 5 times. The fights then were over over missiles in Europe and abortion policy. And in each case, the President of the United States, and Jim Baker did a piece actually for our paper about how Reagan handled this. He said the buck stops here. He got together with congressional leaders in very short order, worked something out. This president, for political reasons, refused to negotiate with his opponents, saying, let's just see if we can't force this into a way that'll hurt the Republicans. And the Republicans have backed off on almost anything prior to the next election. Some of that's natural because ultimately, if you have a president who does not believe in governing so much as running a campaign, if you have a president who's willing to risk everything by saying, I'm not going to negotiate with you on anything. Remember the health care law, where he wouldn't, after saying he was going to talk with everybody, he wouldn't include Republicans in the drafting of it. He didn't get any votes. It was the first major thing ever to pass like that without some kind of bipartisan support. If you've got a president that's willing to do that, you have to find some way to get the votes you need in Congress to thwart him. And so, again, this is a strategic and tactical question. I'm not so sure that it's a lack of a backbone. I am sure that it's perhaps overly cautious in terms of operating and making challenges because of the nature of this president and his unwillingness to even talk with people he disagrees with.
What's your take on John Boehner?
I think Boehner has had a tough time up there because he's got a caucus that's very divided. He's got members of that caucus who want to push harder than others do, and yet he's got to try to pass things that will get some kind of support in the Senate. The Republican House has passed dozens of really good bills. None of them have moved because the Senate's thwarted every single one of them. So I would hate to be in his position. Lord knows why anybody would want to be, because that's a really tough job right now.
Sherry is a Democrat in Oklahoma City. Hi, Sherry.
Hi. Mr. Keene, you all, the Republican Party has been talking about, shaping their message and, making sure that they can supposedly reach out to minorities. However, actually, I like the fact that you all say what's on your mind. Out of the heart of man, the mouth speaks. And you, in your attempt to sound like you are a legitimate an individual who is looking out for the well-being of this country, have even shown yourself to be no more than someone who wants to push back all of the policies that have helped people who are, who are either minority or who fall up under a certain income level. You are a corporate sponsored individual, and you are looking for this new Republican Party is made up of only 2 factions. That is the corporatists who are for big business and members of white supremacist groups. Since Oklahoma has been blood red, since it has you know
what, Sherry? I think we've got a lot of opinion out there on the table. Let's hear what Mr. Keene has to say.
I love her too.
We'll move on to Bill, a Republican in Reading, PA. Hi, Bill.
Hey, David. Good morning. How are you? I'm so glad to hear from you. I miss you at the NRA situation. I began my gun 50 years, and I'm proud of it. And between my gun and my car, that's the only thing I'm looking for in this country. My first thing I would like to say to you guys is I'm a Barry Goldwater boy, and Rand Paul and that. But the only thing we got a problem with our party, the Republican Party, is this: we have to stay away from religion and abortion. That's a very important thing to everybody, and we can't stand and say my opinion. There's no such a thing as opinion, because I was a businessman. It's what's the right thing for the whole United States, for all the people. That's what we have to concentrate to work on that basis. And I'll guarantee you the Republican Party is going to come back. This country is not a Democrat. I came from Greece 50 years ago. This is a Republican country, okay? We stand for the Republic. Let's stand for that.
All right, Bill, thank you. Thank you. David Keene, any response for that caller?
Yeah, I'd only say that in a two-party system, each party is a coalition of voters. Republican successes and conservative successes, and the conservative movement has been this kind of a coalition from the very beginning. The conservative coalition consists of economic free marketeers, people who believe in freedom in the free market, individual rights, people who believe in a strong national defense and a strongly protected country, and people who believe in traditional values and religious conservatives. You don't want, when you're trying to put together a winning coalition, you don't want to drive anybody out of that coalition that shares most of your values. You remember Ronald Reagan says anybody that agreed with me 80% of the time was I considered my friend. And I suspect that when our caller looks at that coalition, he agrees with it 80% of the time. So I'm not one who believes in driving people out of the coalition. I want to welcome more people in.
About 3 minutes left with our guests David Keene and Rory in Ferrum, Virginia on our independent line. You're on the air.
Yeah, good morning, and thanks a lot for C-SPAN. I'd like to ask Mr. Keene if he agrees with the 47% comment that Mr. Romney was caught on tape saying, and whether he thinks it's all right for someone worth $250 million pays less taxes than the average truck driver. And I'll take my answer off the air. Thanks.
Rory, are you a truck driver? We'll never know. Sorry, he hung up, Mr. Keene. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, I think that numbers often tell a story that's not as accurate as the people quoting the numbers might think. That 47% includes veterans, includes lots of people who receive some government assistance or some government subsidies. Now, it might be nice if we lived in a society where none of that was necessary or in fact existed, but we don't. And a lot of those people in that so-called 47% are people who are conservative and who would vote for a conservative Republican candidate who articulates his values well. So no, although I don't think Mitt Romney meant it that way, it was a statement that obviously was incomplete and was used rather effectively to push him off into a corner. Secondly, I guess that maybe Warren Buffett pays less taxes than a truck driver. But the fact is that what we need in this country is a tax code that's fair, a tax code that is simple, and a tax code that doesn't punish people for success. The president believes we should punish people for success, and that hurts everybody. You know, it was John Kennedy, when he was president, who in simplifying and lowering taxes on all Americans said, used the line that a rising tide lifts all boats, and it does. It did then, it does now, and the policies that we have today are basically swamping all the boats.
Karen tweets in, Mr. Keene, has anyone who won the straw poll at CPAC ever won the nomination?
I assume they have, but I can't remember. Oftentimes they don't, because oftentimes they are, in fact, the sort of moment. This is not a scientific poll. This is a straw poll of the people who attend this conference on who they like at a given time. I think probably this time there are a dozen or more names on there. Well, when the actual contest for a nomination comes down, there aren't going to be a dozen or more candidates. So what might be important is a attendee's second and third choice. I will say that most of the people who attend this conference are ultimately pleased with the way the primary process and the convention process works.
Just the job numbers just came out. Mr. Keene, want to get your reaction to this. The unemployment rate is still at 6.7%, but jobs added 175,000 in January. What's your take on that? That beats the so-called expectations game.
Well, you know, one of the reasons that we've been able to beat expectations is that more and more people continue to drop out of the workforce, so that there are fewer people working today as a percentage of the population than there have been in many, many years. So the unemployment rate is still high. It persists. The actual unemployment rate, if you counted these people differently, if you included in it people who have stopped looking for a job on the one hand, or people who have accepted jobs way below their qualifications on the other, the situation is much worse than a lot of people think it is. If you realize that 25% of college graduates can't get a job anywhere near what they've trained for, we've still got a serious problem in this country, and the economy is growing very sluggishly, more sluggishly than it has after any previous recovery. So it's good that we're adding jobs. We're not adding nearly enough jobs, and this trough that we're in has lasted far too long.
David Keene, opinion editor of the Washington Times, has been our guest, former president of the NRA, longtime chair of the American Conservative Union, which sponsors CPAC, which is taking place this weekend in the Washington area. Mr. Keene, for a long time you were at the Omni Shoreham Hotel. Why did you make the move out to National Harbor Maryland?
Too many people. We were at the Shoreham for many years. We were in Virginia before that. The hotel in Virginia couldn't hold the crowds. We moved to the Shoreham, which we'd been at years before. Then it couldn't handle it. Then we moved to the Marriott out there, which was a little bigger, and then it couldn't handle it. So now we're here. This is the largest facility in the area, and it's the only facility in terms of a hotel that will handle this conference. The only other place that we could hold it would be at the convention center in the district.
David Keene, thank you for your time this morning.
My pleasure.
We're going to continue our live coverage at CPAC on C-SPAN. After this program, about 10:10 a.m. Eastern Time, we will be live again. Some of the speakers that you will hear from today include Rick Perry, Mike Huckabee, Rick Santorum, Rand Paul, Grover Norquist, and some others. Live coverage. But we're going to continue right now on the Washington Journal our political conversation with Joy Reid of MSNBC's Reid Report. She'll join us in just a minute.
And on C-SPAN 3's American History TV, the grounds and architecture of George Washington's Mount Vernon, Sunday night at 8. Washington Journal continues.
And now joining us from our New York studio is a new MSNBC host. Joy Reid hosts the Reid Report. Ms. Reed, tell us about your show.
Well, we are at 2 p.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday, and we are, I like to call it a combination of policy, politics, and culture in that order. So we do try to obviously do the news of the day because of the time of day that we're on. We've got to let people know what's happening. But we try to do some analysis, too, and then we do try to have a little fun every so often because there's a lot of stuff happening in the culture as well.
And this show just started February 24th, a Mediaite article about your show when it came on was Joy Reid says her new MSNBC show won't be an hour of why Republicans suck.
Well, yeah, I know. I was asked the question by the writer, Tommy Christopher. He was like, are you just going to go after Republicans every day? And I said, no. I mean, what we want to do is have a conversation. I mean, there are a lot of issues upon which there is great disagreement with much of our audience, with the conservative movement, what the Republican Party is doing. But we want to also get Republicans to come on and talk about it rather than just sort of talk about them. So we've had Michael Medved on a couple of times. He's been great. There are other Republicans that we've invited on. We even had on a candidate from Texas who is running for governor. She's running in that Republican primary. And so we've tried to encourage people on the right to come on the show. And it's fun. Come on in, the water's fine.
What are your politics?
Well, my politics is I grew up in a household of a mom who was an immigrant to the United States. She came here from British Guyana. My father is from the Congo. And my parents were sort of split on it. Even though my father was not American, he was a Reagan Republican, and my mother was a blue dog Democrat, or I think it's yellow dog Democrat, right? She's just a absolute diehard Democrat, loved she came in when John F. Kennedy had first become president. And so we grew up very much Democrats. And I myself am a Democrat. I was a liberal columnist and still am for the Miami Herald. I write a column every other week. And I've worked in Democratic politics. So I definitely have a strong personal point of view. But I'm also intrigued and interested in the other side. I find a lot of their views, some confounding, some fascinating. And I'm interested in having that dialogue. And when I used to do talk radio, a lot of what we did was debate. We had Grover Norquist on the show. We had Joe Scarborough on the show before he was doing Morning Joe. And we would just, we would have the debate. And I think that's the great thing that cable news and also talk radio allows you to do when you're willing to do it and when you can get the other side to engage.
Joy Reid, have you been following CPAC? And if so, what's your impression?
Of course, I have been following it. I feel like what happens in things like CPAC is it is preaching to the choir, right? This is sort of a pep rally for the right. It's not a place where they're really engaging in the battle of ideas. They're there to reinforce one another and to emphatically say we're right and the other guy's wrong. And that's, as expected, what they've done. And so we obviously are monitoring the speeches. I've been watching a lot of what's been going on over there. And I think that for conservatives, there is a bubble. And I think that within their bubble, they feel that if they just explain their ideas better, they would do better and poll better and people would rally to their cause. But I think that it's somewhat limiting because a lot of the core sort of really diehard principles on the right are things that if you roll them out politically are very hard to sell. I mean, the idea, as Paul Ryan has put forward, of turning Medicare, which is relied upon by so many seniors, into a voucher program. Whether you're talking about future seniors or current seniors, it doesn't matter. It's not popular because people do rely on it. And Ryan had an interesting line that he said that Democrats and liberals are offering people a full stomach and an empty soul. Well, I think that if you've ever experienced want and you've ever experienced an empty stomach, you want the full stomach, And so I think it's counterintuitive to try to sell people on the idea that if we remove benefits, the benefits to your soul are better than that meal that you're able to give your kid. And I just think it's a core difference between conservatives and liberals in when you see want, how do you attack it? I think liberals come at it and saying, let's try and help meet the need. And conservatives say, well, philosophically, it's a bad idea to meet the need because it breeds dependency. That is the core struggle that we're having in our politics right now.
Should the Democrats pay attention to the midterm elections or should they move on to 2016?
Oh, no, they should not paying attention. That question itself, it gives you the core of the problem. Democrats are great when it comes to presidential elections. The young, the minority, the single woman, the urban voter. all turn out in great numbers in presidential elections. And demographically, Democrats have a distinct advantage, and it's getting bigger because the part of our population that is the growing bulge is the younger cohort that is much more minority laden. So as we go forward, Democrats go into elections with 200 plus electoral votes essentially in the bag because they're the urban party. They're the party of the big cities. They're the party of the younger voter and of the minority voter and of the single woman voter. But when you drop out of midterms, you essentially allow complete retrenchment on all the things that you said you wanted during the election. So when you had all of these masses of people come out in 2008, but then skip 2010, midterms become completely different electorates. They are much more like the Republican Party. They're much older, they're much whiter, they're much more rural, they're much more suburban as opposed to urban. So you wind up giving back. And 2010 was a perfect example where you had purple states and blue states, states like Michigan, states like Ohio, that were won by President Obama in 2008, get Republican governance in 2010. That makes no sense. It was a census year. It was a huge error on the part of the Democratic Party running from the Affordable Care Act. Huge error. And I think Democrats have got to start to create a habit of continual voting among their electorate. Otherwise, all the advantages of demographics mean absolutely nothing.
So the Democrats, in your view, have a demographic advantage?
The Democrats have a distinct demographic advantage that is actually getting bigger. If you look at the number of Latinos, for instance, who are turning 18 every week, I think it's something like 18,000. It's a growing cohort, and just right now, the Latino vote is 65% leaning toward the Democrats. The African American vote, 90% leaning toward the Democrats. The Jewish vote tends to be between 70 and 80% Democratic. And those parts of our population are growing, and they are very highly concentrated among the younger voters. So people who are emerging voters, people who are 18 years old right now or who are going to turn 18 over the next 10 years are much more in the demographic category that Democrats have because they more prefer the policies. If you just poll Latinos, for instance, they are for the idea of universal health care. They are much more moderate on social issues, et cetera. So Democrats have a distinct demographic advantage, but they don't take advantage of it in midterms. In midterms, Republicans resume the advantage because it's their base that actually turns out.
Joy Reid is our guest. The Reid Report is on at 2 p.m. Eastern Time on MSNBC, Monday through Friday. We're talking politics, and Kathy from Long Branch, New Jersey, on our Democrats line. You're the first caller. Hi, Kathy.
Good morning, everybody. Boy, do I hate Chris Christie.
Morning.
Please, somebody keep him, take him, and go. I can't stand Chris Christie. And I'm a real Democrat. Frank Pallone is my congressman, our congressman. He's a friend. And unfortunately, Reg Holt is leaving come November. So I don't know why. He's probably had enough of the Republicans in the House. I have too, actually. But I really like Frank Pallone. And please, John Bon Jovi, run for governor of New Jersey. Anybody at this point. I'll take Frank Pallone.
Hey, Kathy, why do you dislike Chris Christie?
I don't like. Well, I don't trust as far as I could throw him. Okay, I don't like anything about him. I never did. I never voted for him once yet, and I never would. So that's about it for me. You know, I'm a Democrat, and I don't like him. I don't trust him.
All right, thank you.
All right, sweetheart. Both of you have a happy.
Joy Reid, any response for that caller?
You know what? It's fascinating to me. Chris Christie said in his speech yesterday, we as Republicans, as conservatives, can't let the media define who we are. But this is a guy whose adoration from the media was unchallenged until the Bridgegate scandal came up. I mean, it was the media in a lot of ways that made Chris Christie a star. He obviously won a tough election in 2009, became the governor of New Jersey. He did achieve a great high level of popularity. The economy in New Jersey did pretty well, and he was able to cultivate a lot of Democratic support, which we're now learning some of it might have been more, coerced than natural, than sort of spontaneous. But what's fascinating is that Chris Christie, now that he's lost his media love, is able to sort of gain with the conservatives that didn't like him at all. They didn't feel like he helped Mitt Romney. They thought he was too nice to President Obama. He asked for Sandy aid, which, God forbid, you ask for federal funds for your state. And so now that the media is not cheerleading for him anymore, now he has a way of getting back in the good graces of his party. But I, before the Bridgegate thing, have never understood the kind of the love for Chris Christie on a media level, because I felt that the treatment of teachers, the sort of yelling at people at town halls, the treatment of his constituents, I thought was rather shabby. And so I was fascinated by this idea that kind of sort of bullying behavior was kind of, it was cheerleaded in a little way. It was a way, it was a reason, one of the reasons that he was seen as authentic and real. And I thought it was just rather rude. So it's interesting to me that now that people see that same sort of bullying behavior played out by members of his staff, and we don't know, again, if Chris Christie himself had any involvement in it, but we see his staff behaving in a manner that speaks of bullying. Now the media has sort of lost its love for Chris Christie. I never thought he was that viable, to be honest with you, in a Republican primary. But it's, now that the media is not on his side, I guess maybe he'll gain fans on the right.
Karen Buchanan tweets into you, Joy Reid, is there an actual field for the Democratic nomination, or is everyone all aboard for Hillary?
I think that at the moment there is not much of a field that could seriously challenge Hillary Clinton. I think the reality is there's a pent-up demand, and I believe that presidential elections are about who's got the greatest hunger, right? And I think young and African-American voters had a great desire to see Barack Obama be president of the United States, but so did women. And I think American women have that incredible pent-up demand, residual from 2008, and really want to see a woman ascend to that high office. And Hillary Clinton on the Democratic side is an incredibly viable candidate. And I think if she gets in, which most people presume she will, it's going to be very hard to stop her. That's not to say there shouldn't be or won't be a primary. I think you'll have people run. But the question becomes, is there somebody that, like Barack Obama, could come out of nowhere and challenge her in a fulsome way, meaning raise the kind of money that he raised, create the kind of high profile that he did, and do that again to her in 2016. I don't see that person yet on the horizon. It's not to say they couldn't be there. Anything can change. A year in politics is like a decade, so anything could happen. But right now, there's not much rivalry, I think, for that spot if she wants it.
Joy Reid is the former managing editor of the Grio.com website as well. Graduate of Harvard. Harry is calling from Pittsburgh on our Republican line. Hi, Harry.
Yes, I think President Obama is in a good place to put Putin in his place, but he's going to need some help. Go back to, say the Black Caucus can help him, NAACP, NBC is great for helping him. Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton, call him a racist. That's what you do with everybody that disagrees with this president. Seems to work in this country a little, but people getting tired of it. But it never worked in Russia. Maybe you people get him right in the back attack by telling him he's a racist for attacking a president that has done that absolutely nothing to help this country with Obamacare and everything else. Thank you. Have a nice day.
That's Harry in Pittsburgh. Joy Reid?
He hit the trifecta. And this is something I do find really intriguing that happens on the right. Name every black person you can think of that's a liberal, use the word racist, and then throw in you people just for spice. He hit the trifecta. Nothing to add.
Mike is calling from Akron, Ohio. Hi, Mike.
Hello. Thank you for C-SPAN. And Joy Reid, I enjoy watching your show on MSNBC. The two channels I watch the most are MSNBC and Fox News. And my favorite sport is ping pong, so that may explain a lot.
Mike, seriously, why do you watch those two channels?
Because I want to see how both sides think and how their logic works. I was raised by conservative Democrats, but basically I am an independent now, and I like to vote for the best candidate. Basically.
All right. Go ahead with your question then, Mike.
Okay, my question is that I want to compare the 2008 election when Obama got elected, the results or the impact it had on the Republicans. And I do have to hold both Fox News, MSNBC, C-SPAN, all the media responsible for this. When he was made the winner of the election. For 20 minutes, all I saw was Barack Obama and Oprah Winfrey. Obama, Oprah for 20 minutes. And then I'm thinking to myself, gee, what would a blood pressure machine hooked up to Rush Limbaugh or Mitch McConnell look like at this moment? Because that's all we saw for 20 minutes.
All right, Mike, I think we got a lot of information there. Joy Reid, any response for that caller?
Oprah's a celebrity. When she's on TV next to somebody who just got elected president, that's going to make TV. That's just TV. I mean, that's just the way it is. She's a celebrity. So I think, yeah, she got a lot of attention because you hadn't seen somebody with that level of celebrity be in the proximity of a president and essentially endorse them. So I think that is not, anything particular to their race or anything. It's because she is a celebrity and celebrities get attention. Justin Bieber, everybody. That gets attention too, Celebrities get attention.
Joy Reid, how many Mikes are there out there, do you think, that watch Fox and MSNBC?
You know what? I think more than people think, because I do think some people they want to hear, quote unquote, what the other side has to say. But I do object to making the two equivalent, because I not just because I worked there, but even before I worked at MSNBC, I feel like what's happening sometimes in conservative media, and I won't isolate it to Fox. I think what's happening inside of conservative media, I used to work in talk radio, so I used to listen to a lot of talk radio. I used to listen, much like your previous caller, to hear what they were saying. And a lot of it is hammering home a very singular message and then doing it in every of their media, and it's all the same message, and it's very consistent, and it's very repetitive, and it's just hammered over and over and over again. And I think that's one of the things that's caused our polarization. We no longer agree on a set of facts, right? You can choose and cherry pick the facts that make you feel good. And I think for a lot of people that the right is catering to, not the entire right, not all conservatives, but to a certain core group, there is a certain sense of self-victimization, a sense of victimhood that is being fed all day, every day, in all of the media, whether you're reading it online or listening on the radio or watching some of the television. And I think it is designed to provoke a certain response, let's say, and it's effective, but it also negates any type of debate. You cannot engage in a debate if someone will not agree with you that there are a certain set of objective facts. And I think that is a negative thing about the polarization of our media. Maybe more people should just watch it all so that they can at least get some alternative facts. But if you're not willing to let those facts penetrate, if you just disbelieve anything that's said by anyone who's a Democrat, I'm really not sure how we fix the polarization in the country. Now, some people would argue that they feel the same way about MSNBC, but on the other side of the aisle. Again, I work there, so, I don't think that it's the same. I have to say, there isn't as much. I mean, Roger Ailes, is a political operative and was a long-time political operative. There isn't an equivalent of him in any other network, not even just ours. There isn't that person that was a crafter of political narratives now running a news organization. That is just a singular and unique thing. And they do a very good job of what they're doing. I think they do an excellent job at what they're tasked to do. And I think there are journalists over there who are attempting to do good journalism and good work. But I just think that it's different.
A couple of Twitter responses to the Hillary Clinton question by Karen. This is Dan saying Elizabeth Warren could come out of nowhere. And Peg says John Kerry has much appeal for many Democrats. Terry is calling in from Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin on our Democrats line. Terry, you're on C-SPAN.
Yeah, I'd just like to start by saying I'm the opposite of Harry from Pittsburgh. I'm a white male that gets it. And I'm part of that 35% that they talked about the other day that voted for the president. So that's where I fall down. Enjoy, you're doing a heck of a job. Keep up the good work. Terrific job.
Thank you.
Terrific job.
Thank you.
We'll move on to Sam in Tomahawk, Kentucky, Republican line. Hi, Sam.
Hi, honey, I watch you on television, and I watch all MSNBC on television. It turns me off. I'm a registered Republican, and I live down here where Lyndon Baines Johnson come down here on the war on poverty. You come down here and you look at this county, and it's run by all Republicans. And the poor people down here, they vote Republican because they all work in the coal mine. And there's one man that runs the county. We got to go 23 miles to a hospital. We go 18 miles to another way to a hospital. We have nothing in this county. The poor schools don't have no books. They don't have nothing. And they want to talk about poverty. How in the world is kids going to learn anything if they can't get what they need? And it just burns me that the Republicans are doing what they do. Poor blessed Obama, I feel so sorry for that man because they down him every time they turn around. OBBI's Mitch McConnell, he has never been in this county, and everybody votes for that fool. And so way with Rand Paul. He's never been in this county, and he comes down here and he gets the votes down here. It just bothers me that the people down here and a lot of the people in the United States do not see what the Republican Party is all about.
Watch that, Sam in Tomahawk, Kentucky. Joy Reid.
You know, and that breaks my heart when I hear those stories, because I think that your caller just got to the heart of one of the real dangers of absolute political polarization is that people almost have their political party be almost a religion, right? They're just voting because this is my ideology, and that on these ideological principles, I am with this group of people, but I never hold them accountable for what it is that they're delivering to me. You know, our politicians, our elected leaders, up to and including the President of the United States, they are public servants. They work for us. And I think when we are only demanding of our politicians that they deliver us the ideology, that they say the words, that they deliver enough vitriol toward the other party, that they show they hate the other party more than anyone else, and that they just appeal to our ideology rather than delivering substance to the people who vote for them, I think it's tragic. And I look at the situation with the water. 300,000 people, American citizens, not able to give their kids a glass of lemonade in West Virginia because the Ohio River is being polluted by a company whose CEO is in Florida, relaxing in his beautiful home. The idea that American citizens would be denied the basic sustenance of life, that they would be denied the basic opportunities of life and allowed to languish in poverty, but we're going to say, we'll feed your ideology. I think that's wrong. And I'm hoping that eventually people will start voting their absolute interests. Vote your economic interests. It's not about ideology or about someone appealing to your religious morality. Your religious morality is your personal morality. Vote for people who deliver to you the substance that you, with your tax dollars, have paid for. And I think that's so important. It's the reason you cannot and will not voucherize Medicare, because elderly Americans, senior citizens say, no, this is something I paid into and you're going to protect it. And I think people need to do the same with their basic living, their basic sustenance. It's tragic. Hearing those stories is incredibly tragic.
Irish Eyes tweets in, I just don't like the opinion format that now dominates news channels. I miss old straight news.
You know, I mean, I hear that, when I was a kid growing up, we were watching, Dan Rather, or we were watching, The News, right? The News came on one of the three networks, and those networks, by the way, still exist. You still have broadcast news that does strive mightily to just be very objective, but I think people understand nowadays that everybody has a point of view, and I don't think people hold it against even straight news anchors for knowing that internally they have a point of view. But I can totally understand how people feel that we've taken what used to be sort of, it was the national conversation and turned it into 1,000 little balkanized conversations. And I don't think that's necessarily good for the culture. But this is, it is what it is. You've had a tremendous democratization of information. People don't have to get their news from the news. They can go on the internet and really form their own reality. So it's difficult. It's hard to navigate, and it's hard for news organizations too. So just know that news organizations struggle with it as well.
Next call for Joy Reid comes from Charles in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Independent line.
Hey, thank you for taking my call. Thank you, C-SPAN. Joy, congratulations on your new show. You are a breath of fresh air. I just love your balanced approach to educating the public. Just about as good as C-SPAN, so great job. My question relative to this conference that's going on with the undertone of libertarianism, is it not true that with the goal to destroy a strong centralized government, that several things are at play? One is not being in a position to bail out the banks and the industry that we saw in 2008. But secondly, if that does happen, and as it has happened, we have seen since the 80s a significant rise in inequality of the middle class and the lower class. And that's, if people look at such as Secretary Rice's video on inequality for all, it's now on Netflix, that they could be educated on the facts, the statistical facts, the numbers, that then can draw a clear picture of what's truth, what's fiction, what's hyperbole, and what's not. And then a second question for you, do you have an opinion on the move that's underway to provide a constitutional amendment to change the current law that says that a corporation is a person and that money is speech? Thank you for your time.
Yeah, there's a lot packed in there, but I agree with you that one of probably the worst things that has happened to the American body politic is this notion of corporate personhood. The pure libertarianism, right? Ayn Rand, I believe, said that the ideal period in her estimation, the late Ayn Rand, in American history was the late 19th century. And if you think about who we were in the late 19th century, this was the robber baron era. This was the era of pure laissez-faire capitalism with no worker protections, no unions, no child labor laws, no minimum wage. The idea that essentially, if you are rich, you are essentially morally superior because you have shown that you are pluckier, you are smarter, and you are better, and therefore you will make the right decisions for everybody else. That's not what America has been for 100 years. The 20th century was a triumph for the American middle class because when workers got parity, when you had unions able to argue for a living wage, for a 40-hour work week, when you had the union movement, you had the bulge. After World War II, when people were able to afford the refrigerators, there was a reason to make the refrigerators, to make the cars. We came to be what we are economically because of a strong consumer, a strong middle class. Our GDP is overwhelmingly made up of consumer spending. So we have to make sure that there is some parity for workers. Now we've got CEOs making 400 times what their average employee makes, and employees have lost incredible power. And now what CEOs are supposed to do is to improve shareholder value. And you can do that by laying off half your workforce, your stock price will go up. There is no more fealty in a lot of ways between that CEO and the person who works for them. And restoring that is going to be difficult because we've really gone so far in the other direction between corporate personhood, stock options for CEOs rather than getting paid in real money. It's really hard to put that genie back in the bottle, but if we don't, we're just going to see inequality continue to rise and we're going to race back toward the 19th century. That is not where we want to be.
Alfred tweets into you, Joy Reid. Joy is on to something. GOP creates facts. Last month, Obama was a dictator, a strong man walking over Congress. This week, he's weak. And another tweet, and this is from Dinah, and she says, how often have you or anyone on MSNBC held the president accountable?
Two good questions. So on the first one, it is fascinating that President Obama on one day is a weakling and on the next day is a dictator. Those two things cannot be true at the same time. And at the same time, there has been this sort of high-fiving of Vladimir Putin, which I find odd for Americans to do, sort of almost esteeming him over our own president. As far as President Obama, I can tell you that when the IRS thing happened, for instance, it was covered extensively on MSNBC until it was essentially debunked. I think people pay attention. I mean, if you look at just the coverage on our network alone of the rollout of the Affordable Care Act, I think the White House would find that to have been withering. I mean, it was relentless, and it was relentlessly negative. No one was cheerleading the rollout of the Affordable Care Act. I know before I was even at MSNBC, I was writing columns really quite negative on the idea of dropping the public option and really, not sure that made sense to make the bill go through without it. Although now looking at it, I think on balance, having universal health care is always better than not. So I think if you look at the coverage, if you're specifically talking about us, just go back to October of last year and look at the entire rest of that year and the coverage of the Affordable Care Act, just to name one issue. And I don't think that you would find that to have been cheerleading.
Henry is calling in from Fort Gratiot, Michigan, on our Democrats line.
Good morning, Joy.
Hey.
MSNBC has really done a fantastic thing by giving you your show. I'm going to watch it as much as I possibly can. I think you're wonderful, intelligent, and beautiful. I want to try to make 3 points. First of all, there was a Facebook post sent in when David King was speaking, and it talked about the outreach, and it was tongue-in-cheek, and it said that there was standing room only at the CPAC conference for the outreach thing, and David King seized on that to try to make it seem like there was standing room only. We saw pictures last night on MSNBC, which I watched, that there was nobody there. So as long as Republicans are the party of Ted Nugent, who calls the president a subhuman mongrel, Rush Limbaugh, who calls people like Sandra Fluke, who want contraception, a prostitute, then we're not going to have any outreach with the Republican Party. I'd like for you, Joy, if you could, to put into context 2 things for me. The first thing is, can you explain to the people how red states seem to be doing so much better, and how the government subsidies in these states who have fewer population than blue states that have most of the population, how subsidies figure into that. And the second thing I'd like for you to put into context is this lie of the year, where President Obama said that if you like your health care and your doctor, you can keep it, how insurance companies were actually responsible for making the president look like he lied. If you could just put
Henry,
that in
thank you very much. Joy Reid, what response do you have for that caller?
Yeah, very quickly, I think that the idea of any person who wants to be a credible political candidate palling around with the likes of Ted Nugent, I find that astounding. And I think that the conservative movement would do very well if they want to do outreach and they want to broaden their base to walk away from some of the extreme talkers, the people who say really ugly, execrable things, because they don't help you broaden your base. It just makes you sound angry and mean and ugly. And it's not a good idea if you want to broaden your base. That's number one. Number two, I think the caller was talking about the second thing being sorry. Well, let's just go to the third thing. Let's go to the, if you like your plan, you can keep it. That was a truncated and unfortunate way of saying that if you have 85% of people already have insurance. They have it through their employer. Nothing the Affordable Care Act has done has caused anyone to lose that. If your insurance company cancels a policy you had through your job, that's not the Affordable Care Act. That's your insurance company doing what they would have done anyway. Number two, for the 5% or so of people who buy in the individual market, much of that was very cut rate insurance. It was bargain basement. It meant that if you went in the ER, you were going to pay most of that bill. Your deductible was so huge, you could still wind up in bankruptcy just paying your deductible. What they've done is those plans are not legal anymore. So when the president said that, he wasn't taking into account that there would be 1 to 1.5 million plans, which are now illegal under the law. And if those plans are no longer legal, your insurance company needs to offer you a legal plan. That doesn't mean you get nothing. It means you get the new plan offered to you. And if you don't want it, you can go on the exchange. That's a very complicated thing to explain. They tried to truncate it, which is never a good idea. And so that's what happened there. And I'm sorry that the second point, I don't remember.
Joy Reid, it was about subsidies, in his view, going to the red states more than the blue states.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. Yes, that is important. Now, the first thing he said was that red states are doing better. That's actually not true. The poverty, the 10 poorest states, the only blue state that winds up in the 10 states with the highest level of poverty is New Mexico. Other than that, you're talking about the Old South, Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, tremendous poverty. The states with the highest rate of uninsuredness are states like Florida, Texas, Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi. You have just tremendous poverty, whereas the states with the most insured people and with the lowest rates of uninsurance are all in New England, pretty much. So what's happened is you've got red and blue America are very different in terms of the economy. You have a lower wage economy in the South, so there's a lot of job creation because of the guarantee of lower wages. Factories will locate in the South because they don't have to worry about unions. So you're seeing a lot of that moonlighting Magnolias movement to the lower wage, low corporate taxes, no local property taxes states. But that doesn't mean that the services are better, because what you have is tremendous poverty. And so what happens then is that this blue states like New York, states like California, states like Massachusetts, wind up being donor states, meaning New York pays more in federal taxes than they get back from the federal government, whereas Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, many of these red states get back considerably more in federal tax money than they pay in. So they are essentially the recipient states. If you want to talk about who's on the dole, it is essentially those red states, except Texas, because they've got oil and there are other reasons that they are too a donor state. So you do have this weird thing where the states where ideologically they detest the federal government actually rely more on the federal government. It's just one of those ironies of our politics.
Joyce is calling from Camdenton, Missouri, Republican line. Joyce, you're on with Joy Reid.
Hello. There's been so much said, and I'd like to debate all of it. But I will say that the bias on public or mainstream media is so biased against Republicans or any Republican thoughts or Republican women that it's really awful. For instance, the Ed Show and Chris Matthews and Al Sharpton, and this thing with Chris Christie, the people on NBC and other mainstream media have absolutely ruined that man over a bridge situation. But they let the fact that Benghazi, and we still don't know who screwed that up, because those people had begged for assistance for months before they were murdered. Some of the people guarding them were sent away in August before this happened. The government was told that Al-Qaeda was flying flags.
So, Joyce, you put a lot out there. What would you like Joy Reid to respond to?
I would like her to respond to the bias. She says that...
All right, we got the point. Thank you, ma'am. Joy Reid. Yeah.
So just to start from the last and then go to the first, that whole soliloquy on Benghazi, ma'am, there was an entire, there are reams of data. There have been reports already put out that have gone through in exhaustive detail what happened in that Benghazi situation. All of those things that you just heard, which are repeated over and over on right-wing blogs and on right-wing talk radio, those are not facts, ma'am. It's really important that we start to get to an objective, some objective facts. None of that, what you just said, is in any of the reports that have been done for the federal government. You can read them. They're all online. What happened in Benghazi was quite simple. You had, on the anniversary of the 9/11 terror attacks, you had pockets of uprisings, pockets of protests, some of which in other parts of Libya and in Egypt had to do with that video, that really horrific video that was made that offended parts of the Muslim world. The thought inside of Libya was that the Benghazi situation was that which morphed into people who opportunistically went in and attacked our embassies. All of these fantasies about drones flying over and Hillary Clinton operating them and then purposefully not protecting our embassies, for God's sakes, those are not facts. Those are things said to you on right-wing radio to get you stirred up. You need to look up and look at the real narrative of what happened and stop having these conspiracy theories. They don't help us. And then as far as bias against Republican women, I don't really know what she's talking about. So she'd have to give me some specific example of what she means. And if she's saying because, I don't know, she'd have to give me an example.
Sylvia is calling from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma on our independent line. And for some reason, my phone is not punching up. So if somebody downstairs could punch up Sylvia.
Okay, can you hear me?
Sylvia, we're listening. Hi.
Okay. Hi. I love C-SPAN, and I am so glad to be on the talk show again. It's been a while. Joy, I have 3 questions for you. What a blessing it is to see a strong, blessed woman of the Lord to take this platform. My heart and soul goes out to the Lord, and also to bless you, to keep up the good work and the good fight of faith. It is so many individuals. I want to hear the 3 questions I'm going to ask you. How you going to bring the 2 platforms, which is the Democrats and the Republicans, together to come to one issue: homeless, jobless rates? How are they going to help the veterans of our United States of America, which my firstborn son is still active duty? I'm a military mom.
All right, Sylvia, you know what? Can you bring this to a close?
Okay. The next question is, please, I've never watched MSNBC, but I will start watching it as long as your face is there. And the other thing is that I want to say on my 3rd question is that can you come to Oklahoma City and Tulsa? Can you come down?
All right, Sylvia, thank you very much.
Okay. I'd love to come to Tulsa. I think, yes, you can. There are certain issues that should unite everyone, and one of them is the need to create an economy where everyone who wants a job can find one, and find a good one, and a job where you can feed your family without having to work 2 and 3 jobs. And people who are standing all on their feet all day doing the backbreaking work that makes this economy work deserve to have a decent living wage. I think we should all be able to agree on that. And polls show that most Americans do agree across the political divide that it's only fair that people who work hard should get a decent wage. I don't think that that's ideological. I think Republicans and Democrats can agree. I think we should all agree that we all deserve to breathe free air, clean air, and have clean water so our kids can have a glass of water. You know, I look at a situation like West Virginia and I say, for God's sakes, this is not a Republican or a Democratic issue. I don't care who you vote for. I don't care if those people are all 100% Republicans. They deserve a clean glass of water for their kids. We all agree on that. And whether or not your state is a red state or a blue state, I think we all agree that your citizens deserve to have the basics, the minimum of a dignified life. And that's something that I really hope that we all agree on. We're going to debate how we get there as far as the 2 parties. But let's just agree that we all respect the presidency, whoever's in it, that we all respect one another's right to have their own opinion. And let's debate on how we get to a common place where we're all living a dignified, decent life. I think that that's not too much to ask, and hopefully we can try to do that.
Just a couple minutes left with our guest, Joy Reid of MSNBC. Andy in Covington, Georgia. Hi, Andy.
Yes, good morning, Joy. I want to just say thank you so much, and I'm so proud of you and so proud of the position. It's too long coming for you to get that position at MSNBC, but I have 2 points. I know you're running short on time, but one, who is my favorite president, President Clinton said a long time ago, Joy, that talking about politics, the Republicans will fight when they're right and they'll fight when they're wrong. Democrats will not fight when they're right, and they sure won't fight when they're wrong. So, you know, to bring all this to a capsule, I'm from the great state of Georgia, and I'm hoping that we're going to send a new representative from my district, Thomas Brown, to take Hank Johnson's place, because, Joy, the thing that happened with Elijah Common and ISA, that didn't happen in a capsule. It did happen just the other day. That started 3 years ago when the Republicans started to make statements, and I'm upset with the Congressional Black Caucus because, like Bill Clinton said, we won't even fight when we're right. So, you know, Republicans, they'll fight, like you're talking about the situation with Fox News. They'll throw out all kind of scenarios, all kind of untruths, and they'll stay with it, although they're untrue. But the Democrats have facts, like you're talking about the health care program. They'll have facts right in front of them, and I'm going to say I'm very upset with Hank Johnson. I hope this is his last term. I hope that you're going to be hearing from a guy named
All
Thomas
right,
Brown.
Andy, we got the point. Joy Reid.
Well, let me just say one thing. Not all Democrats lack fight, because Congressman Elijah Cummings most definitely has a lot of fight in him. I mean, the chairman Issa on that committee has attempted to put out cherry-picked parts of transcripts, and Congressman Cummings has said, "Oh no, we're going to put the whole transcript out." And I will defend the Congressional Black Caucus a bit, because the chairwoman of the Congressional Black Caucus, Congresswoman Marsha Fudge, who represents the Cleveland area, they sent a letter to Speaker Boehner yesterday demanding that Chairman Issa be censured or removed as that committee chair because of his shabby treatment. And it was unprecedented and incredibly shabby treatment of Congressman Cummings, standing over him and turning off his microphone when he is the ranking member of that committee, was not allowed to say one word, not give his opening statement. And when he did begin to speak, having his mic cut off. It was incredibly shabby treatment. And the Congressional Black Caucus not only sent that letter to the Speaker, they then, surrounded by the entire, with the full weight of the Democratic caucus, attempted to bring to the floor a motion asking for censure or asking for him to be removed or at least sanctioned. That was tabled. It was gavelled down essentially by the Republican majority, but there was some fight there on that issue of Darrell Issa versus Cummings. I think in general, Democrats do fight by the Marquis de Queensberry rules more than Republicans do. Republicans will tend to fight, I will say, in a different way. Democrats don't have that same mentality. And I think a lot of Democrats like it that way. They like the party that way. But I'm not necessarily completely disagreeing with you on the level and nature of the fight that's in the two parties. Democrats had better learn to fight harder, though, because Republicans play politics. They play to win. They play hardball. And Democrats, if they want to be competitive, especially in these things like midterms, they better play hardball, too, and get their voters out. That is the key. You have to get your voters trained to vote in every election and local elections, municipal elections. That's those judges that are putting your kids behind bars. That's those local school boards that are deciding whether or not your kids are going to learn creationism or intelligent design versus learning the science of the way that human beings came to be. That is those local officials that are making the local ordinances you live by every day. Vote in every election and vote all the way down the ballot. That is your responsibility in a democracy.
Last call for Joy Reid comes from James in Carsonville, Michigan, Republican line. James, you're on the air.
Hey, how you doing today, Joy? I'm glad to see you out here.
Good.
First off, I am a Republican. Second off, I ain't racist. And third off, this has nothing to do with the Black Caucus or what's going on in the House and the Senate. This has to do with my health care. I'm 47 years old. I've been deemed terminal for the last 6 years. Now, since Obama started the Affordable Care Act, my medications have tripled. I can't even get the medications that I necessarily need to hold back the pain, and I have documentation to prove this. How can I go about showing people that Obamacare is not bad, but when it comes to helping people that are terminal, such as myself, that our medications have doubled and tripled, how am I supposed to offset that?
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Sure.
Let me ask you a question. Your medication has doubled and tripled since when? Since what date?
Since January 1st.
So you're saying that the amount of your medication, the price of it, has tripled?
Yep, and a matter of fact, since Obamacare has come in, the 750 Vicodins I used to take for my lung cancer to help with the pain, they don't even make that anymore underneath Obamacare. They make 300 Vicodin. I have to get 2 rescripts a month now because of the Obamacare.
But can I just tell you that, so the Affordable Care Act does not mandate what drugs your drug company manufactures, nor the price of them. So one of the flaws, I think, in the Affordable Care Act is that it doesn't mandate, the drug companies were essentially left untouched by the Affordable Care Act. So the Affordable Care Act is not the reason why your drug company doesn't make the drugs it makes. I think that's one of the flaws in the argument that people are making, is that anything that the insurance companies or the drug companies do is then put on the Affordable Care Act. Do you buy your insurance in the individual market, or do you get it from your employer?
Final comment, James.
I have a Medicaid. I have Medicaid. I have Social Security.
You have so your health care is coming through Medicaid.
Yes.
Then the Affordable Care Act is not the reason for your problem. The only thing that the Affordable Care Act has to do with Medicaid is if you previously didn't qualify for Medicaid because you made a little bit too much money over the poverty line, you can now access Medicaid. Medicaid is a standalone program that has not been changed by the Affordable Care Act at all. The only thing that the Affordable Care Act did to Medicaid was to expand it so more people could get it. So if you're having issues with your prescription drug issues, there's federal oversight. This is a federal program. And if your drug companies are ratcheting up the price of your prescription drugs, you may have a reason to file a complaint. You need to start talking, first of all, in your state, because these are state-administered programs. It's probably more of an offline thing, but there are agencies that oversee these programs. Your problem, sir, is not the Affordable Care Act. Your problem sounds to me like your drug company, and you should definitely file a complaint. You should look into it, but that's not the Affordable Care Act.
The Reid Report airs on MSNBC at 2 p.m., Monday through Friday Eastern Time. Joy Reid is the host. She's been our guest here on the Washington Journal. Thank you, Ms. Reid.
Thank you. Thank you.
Little over half an hour left in our program this morning, and as promised, we want to hear from progressives or liberals only. Who do you think best represents your views? We did this morning with conservatives, basing it on the CPAC convention, which is happening in the Washington area this weekend, is live on C-SPAN quite a bit. In fact, it'll be live at about 10:10 a.m. Eastern Time. Following this show, Rick Perry, Mike Huckabee, Rick Santorum, Rand Paul, Grover Norquist, some of the speakers. Ben Carson will be there tomorrow. But progressives, now, we want to hear from you. Who best represents your views? 202 is the area code, 585-3880. If you live in the East and Central time zones, 585-3881. For those of you in the Mountain and Pacific time zones, and of course, social media at C-SPAN WJ is our Twitter handle. And you can send an email to journal@cspan.org as well. And we'll be right back to take those calls.
Funded by your local cable or satellite provider. Watch us in HD, like us on Facebook, and follow us on Twitter. Washington Journal continues.
202 is the area code, 585-3880. If you are a progressive/liberal and live in the East and Central time zones, we want to hear from you. Who best represents your views? 202-585-3881. If you are a liberal/progressive and live in the Mountain and Pacific time zone and want to share your views on who you think best represents your point of view, we want to hear from you. And this tweet from Monica says, Joe Biden is my pick, who has more experience than Hillary Clinton, and he may get some Republican votes. Well, Politico this morning is reporting on a letter that Ralph Nader sent to Bernie Sanders. Ralph Nader is offering some advice for Senator Bernie Sanders as he weighs a presidential bid. Stop going it alone. In an unusual Wednesday letter, former long-shot presidential candidate Nader urged potential future long-shot presidential candidate Sanders to change the way he does business in the Senate and fulfill his quote-unquote unfulfilled potential. You are the Lone Ranger, unable even to form a core progressive force within the Senate. Nader wrote the Vermont Independent. Without external and internal networking, there are no strategies to deploy beyond speechifying, putting forward amendments that go nowhere, and an occasional hearing where you incisively question witnesses. A Nader aide confirmed the veracity of the letter, which was sent to the senator as he informed the nation that he is, quote, prepared to run for president of the United States in a very unconventional campaign. That's in Politico this morning. Bertram is calling from Dallas. Bertram, who is a progressive that best represents your views?
I'm going to say the President of the United States, and I'm going to, the reason being is because, A, the Republican Party seems to be out of touch with the mainstream middle America. Also, I look at what's going on in Congress. The president proposed a jobs bill in his first term. Nothing. Okay, the second term, nothing. I look at all that he's put out, okay, and the Republicans, they want to talk about Benghazi, the IRS, instead of getting down to the real meat and potatoes issues that concern us as Americans, which is jobs, okay, which is the middle class. Okay, and I look at what Chairman Ice said, the disrespect that he did. Okay, I look at the Ted Nugents. We are such a divided country, okay? Why not, okay, let's look at doing for the American people, regardless to party, okay? Look at the American people, because we are, a house divided will not stand. Okay, bottom line.
All right, Bertram, we got the point. We're going to move on to Valerie here in the Washington area. She's calling from Dulles, Virginia.
Yes,
Valerie?
yes.
What's
hi.
your viewpoint?
Yes, my viewpoint is the first caller stole my thunder. My first pick is President Obama, but since he's not running,
Why is that? What is it about the president that you agree with?
I believe that the things that he stands up for, that is reflected by most of the people in this country. That's why he was reelected twice. And sir, I do have a question to C-SPAN.
Yes, ma'am.
Just as you are covering the conservative meeting that's going on now,
right?
Netroots Nation is the liberal or progressive counter to.
And when is Netroots meeting?
I believe it's this summer. I don't have the date on hand, but
have we covered it in the past?
I don't believe so, and I was just wondering if they will be.
You want to double check that? I think we have.
Oh, okay. So will you be covering it this year then?
You know what? It's this summer. I couldn't possibly tell you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Chances are we will. So, all right. That's Valerie in Dulles, and this is Kathy in Johns Island, South Carolina. Kathy, who's the progressive that most represents your views?
Rand Paul.
Well,
I have a lot of the views I like.
I know I'm going to have to hang up on you, though, because
we're
asking the progressives and the liberals only during this segment, and we're asking the progressives and liberals now. We asked the conservatives earlier. You just can't make the argument that Rand Paul is going to be your guy and you're a liberal progressive type political person. Dana in Chico, California. Hi, Dana.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm a big fan of C-SPAN and a big fan of your last guest because I'm a big MSNBC fan. But in terms of my favorite candidates right now, I'm still a strong Barack Obama fan. And I stand behind him 100% on everything that he's ever done.
Why is that?
Because he came in there with a good progressive and logical candidacy, and what he has tried to do, I think, has been terrific. I'm a big supporter of the Affordable Care Act and everything else he's tried to do.
Dana, why do you consider yourself a progressive or a liberal, or what term do you use?
I tended to use liberal when I'm just out talking with my friends. And I guess I would use that because I don't know. I was brought up in a Christian household that my father and my mother were very progressive. Even back in the 60s, my father, who was a minister in the South, was way beyond his time when it came to civil rights and such.
Okay.
For example, when the Black Panthers marched through our town to demonstrate the civil rights movement, my dad had me and my brother stand out in the front yard and shake all these guys' hands as they marched through our front yard going through town. And we were the only family in town that I knew that did that. He was the only minister in our little town that invited African-American ministers to preach in his church. And he did things like that, and that taught me from a very young age to be very open-minded, to be very progressive in my thinking, and I'm a big believer of equality for all people. And I'm also gay, and so I really support Obama and what he has done in the LGBT community. And I'm hoping that Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton will do the same in 2016.
Are you a fan of Hillary Clinton?
Yeah, I am. But I really like Joe Biden.
All right.
I like Joe. If Joe Biden is there, it depends on whether Clinton is running or not. But
Dana, where's Chico, California? Where's Chico, California?
California is about an hour and a half north of Sacramento.
Thank you, sir. This is a couple of tweets. Robert Reich fights for the working class, says Thomas. And Jody says, people like Senator Warren and Cory Booker would be a breath of fresh air. The old should leave gracefully, not by dying. Greg is calling from Escanaba, Michigan. Greg, who's a progressive liberal who represents your views?
Right now, well, of course, Obama, but if anybody were to run, I kind of hope that Hillary runs.
Why?
Well, I want to continue the progress of fighting for the middle class. Right now, I don't know what Obama's been going through, and I think he's the most disrespected president ever. I also think that he has done a lot and tried a lot, as much as he possibly can with the Congress that he has. And I don't believe in what the Republican Party stands for right now, and what they were trying to do and what they're trying to do in other states and everything else. How they want to control everything. So,
all right, Greg, thank you very much. Newsweek, Leah McGrath Goodman has a very long article on the face behind Bitcoin, and this is being played out. A lot of different papers are taking this article that she found the originator of Bitcoin, and the New York Times this morning has a picture. A man some say is the creator of Bitcoin. There's his picture right there. His name is Dorian Satoshi Nakamoto, and he is out in Southern California. Again, it all goes back to the Newsweek article that Leah McGrath Goodman wrote, and it's posted. You can find it on the Drudge Report, and you can find it at newsweek.com, of course, as well. Jeff is in Brooklyn, Michigan. Jeff, good morning.
Hi. I don't know. I would say I'm a centrist, but I more lean towards the Democrat side. I believe that people on the left complain about the Tea Party all the time, and while I agree sometimes with Senator Sanders or Elizabeth Warren, I believe that Joe Biden would be the perfect pick because he's someone that can get things done. And, you know, if you're too far to the left or too far to the right, how are you going to meet in the middle? I'm only 23, so I don't know if it's because I wasn't really paying attention when Hillary Clinton was around, but I don't know. I would just much rather see Joe Biden. Maybe it's because I'm not a woman, but I don't know. Just Joe Biden seems like someone that can go in there, get something done, and I wish I was alive during the 90s when Newt Gingrich and Bill Clinton worked together, because that's how politics should work. Divided government always results in the best results, in my opinion.
Jeff, what do you do up in Brooklyn, Michigan?
I'm currently working at a small factory, and I'm also in a community college.
And where is Brooklyn, Michigan?
It's about an hour and a half away from Detroit, more towards Toledo, towards the bottom of Michigan. It's a small little village.
And what kind of factory? What do you manufacture?
We manufacture small little parts for cars, like the ignition switches and things like that. Just like little dinky things, nothing big. And I don't know. It's just I guess I would love to reminisce on the days of like Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill and things like that. And it's just, you can't get anything done if everyone's too far to the left and too far to the right, and it's really frustrating because most people in America are, centrists. If you look at polls, so that's call me crazy, I guess.
That's Jeff in Brooklyn, Michigan. Thanks, Jeff. Ernest is calling from Bullhead City, Arizona. Ernest, good morning. You are on C-SPAN.
Good morning, and thank God for C-SPAN. I'll tell you one thing. President Obama and Joe Biden are the best things since sliced bread, and as far as I'm concerned, I'd love to see a ticket out of the Democratic Party with Hillary and Elizabeth Warren on there. And I'd like to see them, too, come in there and clean up Wall Street and get this stuff back on track again. We've lost all of our tax money down the toilet right there off of Wall Street, so we better get somebody up there that can put some regulations on the street bankers and leave mainstream makers alone. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ernest. Republicans pin weak label on Obama but fail to offer any ideas. President's cautious approach when it comes to Crimea and the Ukraine chimes with the electorate and his political party base, writes Richard McGregor. That's the headline in that article. And along with that, this is from USA Today. Pentagon reads Putin's lips and rest of body. A Pentagon research team is studying the body movements of Russian President Vladimir Putin and other world leaders in order to better predict their actions and guide U.S. policy, Pentagon documents and interviews show. The Body Leads project, backed by the Office of Net Assessment, the think tank reporting to Defense Secretary Chuck Hagel, uses the principles of movement pattern analysis to predict how leaders will act. U.S. policymakers are seeking any advantage they can find as they try to anticipate actions by Putin, who in the past week has ordered Russian troops into neighboring Ukraine and laid claim to the Crimea Peninsula. The ensuing crisis has led to the U.S. and European sanctions against Russia, etc. But back to the Body Leads project, the Office of Net Assessment has backed the work of Brenda Connors, the director of Body Leads and a research fellow at the Naval War College in Newport, Rhode Island since 1996, records show, and has paid about $300,000 since 2009 to outside experts to work with her. Part of her work includes a 2008 report for the Office of Net Assessments on Putin called Movement, the Brain and Decision-Making, the President of Russia, Vladimir Putin. Connors acknowledged her work on Putin and other leaders, but declined to comment and referred questions to Hagel's office. Next call from our progressive audience comes from Rodney in Linton, Indiana. Rodney, who's a progressive liberal who best represents your views?
Bernie Sanders.
Why?
Well, I've listened to Bernie over the years, and I think he's a fighter for the middle class, but also I think Bernie Sanders has got a little backbone about him. He's not a Wall Street person like Hillary Clinton might be, and like Barack Obama is. On the Wall Street deal, there's not been a person criminally charged. It seems like I remember when the savings and loan debacle hit that there was over 700 criminal charges prosecuted, and I believe Hillary Clinton and the regular establishment getting too much money from Wall Street. Therefore, they'll do nothing about Wall Street. They brought this country to its knees, and I think they ought to be held accountable.
Rodney, where's Linton, Indiana?
It's about 38 miles south of Terre Haute, Indiana.
So in southwest Indiana?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do down there?
I'm retired.
And how long retired from?
I'm retired from GE, and the reason I retired from GE, I was forced into retirement at age 59 at your so-called trade agreements, the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA. It was like Ross Perot said, the big sucking sound. I worked at a factory employing almost 4,000 people. Now that same plant is employing about 400.
And how old are you now?
I'm 69 now.
Okay. All right. That's Rodney in Linton, Indiana. Kunta Mandinka tweets in, Rand Paul represents my idea of progressiveness. Rule by will of people as the guide, versus government one-size-fits-all imposition. From the Washington Post this morning, poll shows strong support for moving forward on Keystone. Americans support the idea of constructing the Keystone XL pipeline between Canada and the U.S. by a nearly 3-to-1 margin, with 65% saying it should be approved, 22% opposed. That's a new Washington Post ABC News poll. The finding also shows that the public thinks the massive project, which aims to ship 830,000 barrels of oil a day from Alberta and the northern Great Plains to refineries on the Gulf Coast, will produce significant economic benefits. 85% say the pipeline would create a significant number of jobs. 62% say they strongly believe that to be the case. At the same time, nearly half say they think Keystone will pose a significant risk to the environment. That's all reported in the Washington Post today. And Rita is calling from Lebanon, Oregon. Hi, Rita.
Hi. I just wanted to say that I really support Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. And it looks to me like the Republicans are trying to do to the middle class what they did, the slave masters did to the slave. They take away their vote, they take away their money, and they take away their right to organize. And then you get them down to where they'll work for a bowl of rice a day. And I think we better start electing a lot more Democrats if we don't want that to happen.
Rita, how long have you been a Democrat?
All my life. I grew up in Connecticut.
Why? Why have you been a Democrat?
Well, because they fight for the working people, and that's what my family was. My father was a commercial fisherman, which is not an easy life, and then he went to truck driving.
And what have you done for a living over your life?
Well, we married and have 6 kids, or had 6 kids. Now we're down to our great-grandkids. But I worked at a local small hospital here for 23 years here in Lebanon. My husband was 20 years in the Navy, and he's done numerous jobs since he got out of the Navy.
All right. That's Rita out in Lebanon, Oregon. Dan is calling next from Richmond, Virginia. Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, it's time for my team to get together and realize the president's failed us. We need to move on and go with Hillary.
You think that President Obama has failed you?
It's failed us as progressives. He's made us look really stupid because he's been really incompetent. He's taken our ideas and just ruined them. So we need to move on to Hillary.
Okay, what's an issue that the president has disappointed you on?
Employment. Tops around this idea of the Keystone. He just needs to go with it and approve it.
Dan, are you active in the Democratic Party in Virginia?
Yeah. I voted for him twice, and I've given money to the Democratic candidates, not the party apparatus itself. But
what do you think of your new governor?
Oh, he's great. He's working across the aisle, and he's getting stuff done.
All right, Dan in Richmond, thanks for calling in. We appreciate it. front page of USA Today this morning is a story about South by Southwest, and it's how South by Southwest put itself on a map. This is the big festival now. It's growing hugely in Austin, Texas. And it talks about the founder, and that's Roland Swenson, was a 31-year-old proofreader and delivery man for an alternative weekly newspaper in 1986 when he persuaded his bosses to put on a local music festival. That small grassroots event, which drew 700 people its inaugural year, has since mushroomed into South by Southwest, one of the largest and most influential gatherings on the planet. The interactive film music citywide party, which starts today and runs for 9 days in Austin, is likely to draw more than 70,000 enthusiasts to Austin, fill up every hotel room in the city, and showcase appearances by Chelsea Clinton and Soundgarden, as well as former NSA contractor Edward Snowden of government surveillance fame and WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange, both via satellite from undisclosed locations. Swenson, an Austin native who dropped out of UT to pursue a degree in rock and roll, says he always thought his small musical gathering could grow into something meaningful, but he never imagined the heights it would reach. That's just a little bit from the article in USA Today. And Chris is calling from a town called Prineville, Oregon. Chris, first of all, where is Prineville, Oregon? What do you do out there?
I'm in security, and I'm 63, and you look at the map, and we're right in the middle. And I'm really nervous because this is my first time.
Well, welcome. We're glad you're here. So you're in the middle. Are you close to Bend, Oregon? You close
right, about 38 miles.
Okay, all right.
And it's a very pretty state, and everybody needs to come and visit us.
Okay, well, Chris, when you say you're in securities, what does that mean?
I just I secure area businesses.
Oh, so you manage money?
No, I'm in security as far as I'm protecting places.
Oh, security. Okay, I
yeah.
apologize. Okay.
That's okay.
Well, Chris, who's your progressive?
I really like our president.
Why?
I think, he's been battling against the Republican Party since they took control, and the hatred that they had against him has just never been seen in my history of my country, and I'm saddened because it all started with when he was up front in front of Congress and the man started yelling, "You're a liar." And I just think it's sad that they have to be that hatefulness. You know, it boggles my mind, the hate that the Republican Party has for the American people and President of the United States. Because the poor, they don't want to do anything. The guy mentioned a while ago that he hasn't done any jobs. Well, he can't do any jobs without having the Congress to help him out, and they're not going to do it because they don't want to help him out.
All right, Chris, thanks for calling in this morning, and hope to hear back from you in Prineville, Oregon. Mary says Senator Warren is the one who most closely aligns with my views and values. Dean says Brian Schweitzer for president, Elizabeth Warren for VP. It's an unbeatable combination. And out of the blue, Senator Bernie Sanders plans on running for president in 2016 and asks, do you think he could give Hillary a run for her money and maybe win? Vic is calling from Crystal Lake, Illinois. Hi, Vic. Vic, you got to turn down that volume on your TV. Just go ahead and start talking in the phone.
Okay. Let's talk about, Bernie Sanders is my progressive politician.
Why is that?
He tells the truth, and he's just thinks about the same line that I do. But let's talk about outsourcing, okay? I was in Vietnam, and I had a buddy in the Pentagon. So when the early days of Iraq, I called him up and I said, "Hey, what's going on with Iraq? He said, "Well, Bush, Cheney, and And Rumsfeld had a meeting with General Franks. They asked him what he needed, and he said he needs more troops. So nobody's joining this volunteer army. So that's when the outsourcing really started.
All right,
And if you talk to 80% of the guys that volunteered, they couldn't find a job. That's the entire problem there.
All right, Vic and Crystal Lake, Illinois, thank you for calling in. Thank you, everybody, for participating this morning. A reminder that beginning tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. on C-SPAN 2, you've got Book TV, and that is 48 hours of nonfiction books and authors all weekend long. 8 a.m. that begins on C-SPAN 2, and on C-SPAN 3 is American History TV. 48 hours of American history all weekend long on C-SPAN 3. So thanks for being with us, and have a good weekend.
Using the hashtag C-SPAN chat, and we'll be reading some of your comments on the air throughout the day. Today's session kicked off with remarks from Texas Governor Rick Perry. He spoke for about 10 minutes.
Let's go. Come on, get it up. Good morning. Yes, it is a good morning in America. And the best part about it is that we're getting to be in the presence and stand in the presence of American patriots. Yeah, I'm reminded this morning of words that speak to the American soul. Words spoken by Thomas Jefferson, who said, "A little rebellion now and then is a good thing." My friends, our country is in peril. Our debt's at a record amount, our economy. And this economic recovery is absolutely stagnant. Our place in the world is weakened. So I have a simple solution. It's time for a little rebellion on the battlefield of ideas. But instead of looking to Washington to find the front lines of the battle, I ask you to look to the states, where we find the laboratories of innovation and 50 different experiments in democracy taking place. Now, among the states, we see two visions for America. There's the vision common in blue states, where the state plays an increasing role in the lives of its citizens. In these states, taxes are on the rise, pension programs are out of control, and jobs are leaving by the truckloads. Then there's the vision common to American Red America, if you will, the Red State America vision, where the freedom of the individual comes first. The reach of government is limited. In these states, taxes are low, spending's under control, jobs are on the rise, and opportunity is being sought far and wide. We see opportunity flourishing in states led by governors like Nikki Haley, Bobby Jindal, Scott Walker, Rick Scott. Now, for instance, under Governor Haley, South Carolina moved 20,000 citizens from welfare to work. Under Bobby Jindal, Louisiana has become more competitive for jobs by implementing smart regulations. And under Scott Walker, red state principles have been brought to Wisconsin. You see, the public union leaders, they balked, and they instigated this massive disruption of government. But because Scott Walker, he had the courage to reform pension programs fairly, the people of Wisconsin didn't recall him. They stood behind him and they reelected him. And under Rick Scott, Florida's unemployment rate has dropped for 3 straight years. When just 4 years ago, his predecessor presided over the loss of more than 800,000 jobs. And now that guy wants his job back. And with a record like that, appropriately, he is running this time to seek it as a Democrat. So you got to ask yourself, what is the common denominator in these states? It's conservative governors who cut taxes, who control spending, who invest in jobs. It is conservative governors who trust the people more than the machinery of government. It's conservative governors who know the freedom of the individual must come before the power of the state. And the contrast with blue states is crystal clear. Let's pick any two. Heck, let's pick the 2 biggest, New York and California. From the East Coast to the West Coast, no 2 states have lost more personal income to other states than New York and California. If you rent a U-Haul to move your company, it costs twice as much to go from San Francisco to Austin than the other way around, because you can't find enough trucks to flee the Golden State. And New York has got this new advertising campaign, the new New York. But they're implementing the tired old recipe of back-breaking taxes and, yeah, you guessed it, regulations that are larger than a 30-ounce Big Gulp. Now, let's pick a large red state. Shoot, let's pick Texas. We cut taxes, we didn't spend all the money, we created fair and predictable regulations, and we stopped personal injury trial lawyers from filing frivolous lawsuits. We have created almost 30% of the nation's jobs while keeping taxes among the nation's lowest. We have presided over not only an energy boom, but the nation's largest population boom and an economic boom of monumental proportion. We have demonstrated that no state can tax and spend its way to prosperity, but with the right policies, you can grow your way there. The red state, blue state debate, this debate really matters because it's about the future of America. And the vision that wins out, either this big government protectionist nanny state version offered by liberal leaders, or the limited government, unsubsidized freedom state offered by conservative leaders, will determine the future of our nation. America cannot sustain its current fiscal course. We cannot continue to borrow trillions of dollars from bankers in Beijing and Brazil and Tokyo. And the downgrading of our credit, for the first time 2 years ago, it shouldn't have surprised anyone. Our leaders were fighting over a few $1 billion in spending cuts, while our debt has soared by trillions in the last 5 years. How can the greatest nation on earth continue to spend its way to astounding debt without the bill ever coming due? How can we explode federal and state budgets with unreformed entitlement programs without the bill ever coming due? How can we appease a Syrian tyrant and embolden his Russian ally without the bill ever coming due? There is a price to be paid for policies that destroy our economy and embolden our foreign enemies. And I am here today to say we don't have to accept recent history. We just need to change the presidency. It's not too late for America to lead in the world, but it starts by leading at home. And it starts by returning to the founding principles of democracy found in our Constitution. Among the enumerated powers of Congress are the power to lay and collect taxes, to pay debts and provide for the common defense, to regulate commerce with foreign nations, to declare war, to raise and support armies, to provide and maintain a navy. But nowhere does the Constitution say we should federalize classrooms. Nowhere. Nowhere does it give federal officials primary responsibility over the air we breathe, the land we farm, the water we drink. And nowhere does it say Congress has the right to federalize health care. You see, it is inherent in human nature, once given power, to never give it back. And let me tell you something. This human tendency is a bipartisan offense. That is why we must elect the right kind of leaders to represent us in Washington. Leaders who devolve power to the states and not rob them of it. Leaders who believe in free markets and not a bigger federal government. Leaders who respect the freedom of the individual instead of depriving them of the power to realize it.
See the rest of Governor Perry's remarks in the C-SPAN video library. We'll go live now.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob, for that kind introduction. I must tell you, Fox News offered me the option of being here or in Kandahar, and so I'm grateful for the opportunity to be with you today. I'm here as a representative of Obamacare because I just heard this morning that it's your responsibility, you young people here, to buy into the program now to help old people like me, so get with it. Right. It's been 13 years since I started covering and reporting on and documenting what our American heroes do. And I've described them, and I mean it, as the finest military force the world has ever known. Our military, during 57 embeds in the shadows of the Hindu Kush, in Mesopotamia, Africa, the Philippines, the Persian Gulf, the Indian Ocean, literally all of them are the stars of what I have done in my documentaries, my reports, and my books. And they really are the bravest and best of a generation. They are, as I describe them to be, America's heroes. I like to remind young people especially that heroes are not the people who catch passes in the end zone or set new Olympic records. or even those who appear on comic books and creations of television in a spandex suit and a cape. In fact, my heroes wear flak jackets and combat boots and flight suits, and they go to work in the most difficult and dangerous places on the planet Earth. Real heroes are selfless. They put themselves at risk for the benefit of others. That is the classical definition of a hero. Since 9/11/01, 2.4 million young Americans have forfeited the comforts of home. They've absented themselves from the affection of loved ones, and they've gone into harm's way like you see on that screen. For the very first time since the American Revolution, every single person serving in uniform is a volunteer. It's never happened since. It's happening now. Today's troops are the brightest, best educated, trained, led, and equipped military force the world has ever known, and they rarely get the accolades that they deserve. Today's troops didn't volunteer to fight for gold or colonial conquest or, quite frankly, the international community. They volunteered to protect us from an enemy that is dying to kill us. And they literally put themselves at risk every single day. And they and their families have made extraordinary sacrifices for all of us. They deserve better than a commander-in-chief garbed as a Nobel laureate, trotting around the world, kowtowing to foreign leaders and apologizing for America. They deserve a commander-in-chief who knows America, the greatest force for good the world has ever known, has nothing ever to apologize for, not once. The members of our armed forces and their families deserve better than being treated like laboratory rats in some radical social experiment. The people of Ukraine are this very minute paying the terrible price for America's leadership deficit disorder and the Obama organization's utopian rush to unilateral disarmament. That's where we're headed. We don't need a head of state who guts our defenses and draws phony red lines with a pink crayon. Yeah, I did say that. Our leader should be admired and trusted by our allies, and if not feared, at least respected by our adversaries. Between now and 2016, when we hire a new commander-in-chief, we need a majority in Congress who will insist on the rule of law in Washington. I want to make this very personal to the young people in here. You and your children are threatened by a mountain of debt, unconstrained spending, ever higher taxes, and a headlong rush to socialism. Our Congress must hold accountable an administration that offers the protections of our Constitution to our enemies, but strips those same protections from our own people. We need a Congress that will stop this administration from perpetrating frontal assaults on free enterprise, private property, and the civil liberties enshrined in our Bill of Rights. We need a Congress that will use the power of the purse to defend our national sovereignty, our borders, and stop the Obama team from suborning the wealth of our nation to a globalist agenda that says we can't use our own natural energy resources. The Obamacare debacle is just the tip of the incompetence and corruption rampant in Washington. But we, the people, the first three words of our Constitution, can demand accountability for a string of horrific scandals and cover-ups, starting with Benghazi, the IRS enemies lists, and government spying on American citizens and reporters. We, the people, is not a political slogan. It is a commitment, a way of life, and it must be if we're going to improve things. I say it's a commitment A commitment isn't just what we say, commitments are what we do. The framers who crafted our Constitution were counting on we, the people, to hold government accountable. Some say that we must ignore social issues like the definition of marriage, the sanctity of life, religious freedoms. I say those are not social issues. They are deeply moral and spiritual issues, and they should be part of America's elections. In the 1850s, a political party was born on the idea of a great moral issue, human bondage, the abolition of slavery in America. If we, as conservatives, cease to be a place where people of faith and those who believe in strong moral values can come, we will cease to be a political force in America. America's greatness was founded on the shoulders of people who staked their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor on a creator who endowed us with inalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. He also said we have responsibilities. And so I ask you to take on the task of inspiring our countrymen to dismiss and reject ideas like unilateral disarmament to achieve peace, to try to spend our way out of debt, and reject the idea of regulating our way to prosperity or surrendering our sovereignty to secure our nation's future. I urge you to make a commitment today to assert the moral authority of a free people. The next election is just 243 days away. Make a commitment here at this great CPAC conference to elect a Congress that will preserve America's freedoms, the opportunity that our nation has become great and offering others, that will stand up for the liberties granted to us by our Creator and enshrined in our Constitution. We owe that much to the young Americans who put their lives at risk for us. The president I was blessed to serve told us that we have a rendezvous with destiny and asked us to commit to ensure that we remain a nation of, by, and for the people that will not perish from the earth. The words of that first Republican president who lifted those words from the Wycliffe Bible. If we, the people, want America to remain the land of the free, we must make a commitment here and show friends, domestic and otherwise, and adversaries, both here and abroad, that we are not just the land of the free. We are still the home of the brave. Come visit Freedom Alliance. Our booth is outside. I ask you to join us in helping America's heroes. God bless you and thank you for being here. Semper Fi.
Ladies and gentlemen, James Robison, founder and president, Life Outreach International.
It's my privilege to introduce a man who came to work for me in his early 20s. I was in my early 30s. A Baptist evangelist, hired a young ministerial student from Southwestern Seminary who believed in the supernatural. Little did he realize when he came to work with me that he would confirm the fact that iron must always sharpen iron, but in order to do so, it comes together like this, not like this. And that is what you must learn as the people who know the truth, essential to set us free and keep us free. When Mike Huckabee came to work for me, we found ourselves praying for a nation in distress. And if you don't believe in the power of the supernatural, just know that the result of a prayer meeting called by Billy Graham, several of us as Baptists began to pray that we would send one of our Sunday school teachers back to his Sunday school class in Georgia and send an actor from Hollywood by the name of Ronald Reagan to the White House. And Mike Huckabee helped build the momentum for that supernatural, absolutely essential miracle. We need another one like that today. And here is a man who loves God, his family, faith, and the freedom that we all cherish. Would you welcome a man who knows how to lead in difficult times? Welcome Governor Mike Huckabee.
Thank you very much. Thank you. What an honor to be here, and I want to say thanks to a dear friend, James Robison, who was more than just a friend and an employer, but a true mentor to me at a very important part of my life. Now, I've been given 10 minutes to get this done. Let me just tell you something. There's a lot more in my wagon than I'm going to be able to unload. Typically, news breaks on Fox are longer than 10 minutes. And it takes Barack Obama longer than 10 minutes every day just to complain about Fox News every press conference he has. So here's the thing. I'm not going to be able to take the time to tell you the things that I think or believe, but I want to share with you some things that I feel like I can say, these are the things that I know. I know there's a God, and I know that this nation would not exist had he not been the midwife of its birth. And I know that this nation exists by the providence of his hand, and that if this nation forgets our God, then God will have every right to forget us. Ruth Graham Bell, the wife of Dr. Billy Graham, back in the 1970s made a profound statement. And she said 40 years ago that if God does not bring fiery judgment on America, then he will have to apologize to Sodom and Gomorrah. Now, she said that long time ago. I hope that we repent before we ever have to receive his fiery judgment. But I know that he is. And I believe that a nation that can remember him is a nation that will be remembered by him. And there is no other way to explain our history other than by his hand of providence. And I hope that that is something that Americans never are ashamed of and never afraid to speak. No, it's not politically correct. And no, it's not necessarily always embraced by those who control the megaphones. But in the hearts of most Americans, deep down, we know it to be true. Here's what else I know. I know that there is not one country on this planet with whom we have a better relationship today than we did 5 years ago. And for all of the bluster that our president gave when he ran for president, telling us how he would play the flute and the snakes would be charmed back into the basket and the world would be a happy and safe place. The snakes are running all over the world today. And there is not one country anywhere with whom we have a better relationship than we did before. And that is not where America needs to be, and it is not where the world needs to be. Here's something else I know. I know that you can't keep your doctor, you can't keep your health insurance, and your insurance is not $2,500 less per family than it was before the implementation of Obamacare. And I believe that Republicans have a better idea of an insurance that is in the marketplace and taking those who cannot find insurance and putting them in a special pool that does make it possible for people with severe developmental disabilities, people with extraordinary medical costs to be covered, but not at the expense of completely changing the insurance market where no one can afford it and where all the part-time workers stay part-time, full-time workers become part-time, and people who used to try to grow their businesses past 50 now do everything they can to keep their businesses under 50. That's not how to build a healthy economy. I know this. I know that mothers and fathers raise better children than governments ever will. And we need to make sure that we tell the government, thank you, we had the children and we'll raise the children. And we don't need you picking everything from their menu all the way to where they go to school. And in the case of the young lady in Massachusetts, what a shame when the government thinks that it knows better to take care of the medical treatment of the daughter than the mother and the father do. There's something wrong when a government kidnaps children from their own families. I also know that 4 Americans were murdered at Benghazi, and our government lied to us as to what happened. And I know it had not one thing to do with some ridiculous video. And I know something else. With all due respect to Hillary Clinton, it does make a difference why they died and who did it. I thank you for that, but don't clap all my time away. Here's something else I know. I know that the IRS is a criminal enterprise, that it has become a matter of cancer in this country, and that the best way to get the IRS off our backs and out of our lives is to enact the fair tax, which will eliminate the IRS once and for all, and no longer will they be intimidating Americans who are conservative. I know that life begins at conception, and I know that a society that sacrifices its own children is no better than the ancient Philistines. And I know that our country was built on the notion that all of us are created equal, and that every person has intrinsic worth and value, and that no person is worth less than another, and therefore no person is worth more than another. That we all have value, and none of us are disposable. None of us are expendable. And every life should be treated with dignity and respect. I know that people in uniform deserve better than to come home from having fought the wars that we've sent them to fight, and then to be told that they have to wait in line for months before they're going to be able to receive the treatment that they were promised, whether it's for PTSD or whether it's for a physical ailment that has visible scars. But I tell you that this nation must make sure that the first fruits of its treasury go to those who have served in uniform, and everyone else of us must stand behind them before we receive anything from this government. I also know that freedom is better than tyranny. But I also believe that a government that spies on its people and lies to its people is taking us on a trajectory toward tyranny and must be changed, and changed now. I know that the only time that Vladimir Putin shivers is when he has his shirt off in a cold Russian winter. That he's not the least bit worried about what we think of him or what we may pretend that we're going to do to him. The fact is, we have unloaded our own guns, and across the world, no one trusts us, no one listens to us, no one respects us, and no one fears us. And I tell you this, I know that our treatment of our one true ally between all of Africa and Asia, the land of Israel, has been incredibly mistreated by this government. And we need to change the policy that has made it so that we spend more time pressuring Israel to stop building bedrooms in the land that was given to them by Abraham than we put pressure on the Iranians to stop building bombs that are pointed toward us. That, my friend, is insanity. I know it, and you know it as well. I know that peace is not the result of a military that is dismantled. That peace is the result of a military that is so absolutely awesome in its capability, in its readiness, and in its sheer force that no one on earth dares to poke it. And I know that a military like that is one that we probably will never have to actually use, because it provides a fearsome inhibitor to those that would ever seek to provoke it. And that the particular projections of our government in taking down the military away from a point of readiness, I know this, that does not make the world a safer place. And it is the duty and responsibility of the American government to make us safer and more secure, not less. This I know, and this you know as well. And I know this. I know that the First Amendment guarantees the right of free speech, that it guarantees the right of a free press, and that it guarantees religious liberty for every person. And I know that it was prohibited of the government to ever dictate how much faith a person can have and to what extent a person can believe. And when the government begins to say it's okay if you have faith, but you can only have this much of it, because when you have this much of it and it may somehow conflict with something government has passed, here's what I know. It's time for the government to scale back, not for people of faith to scale back. Religious liberty should be unimpeded in this nation. And I know this. I know that the Second Amendment is the only last resort we have in this country to protect all of the other freedoms that we enjoy, and God help us if we ever forget that. And I know this. I know that this is a time when conservatives need to focus on how we will lead America, not just how we will bleed each other in the context of our conservative world. Too much is at stake. The future of our country, the future for our children and our grandchildren is far too important for us to spend our time fighting with each other when the real battle is not even a fight against liberals or fight against Democrats. It is a fight for the soul and the future of this great republic of ours, the United States of America. This is a fight to which all of us must know we have to engage, and we must do it now. And this one thing I also know. My time is up, and I must go. This I know. Thank you, and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pat Nolan, Director of the Center for Criminal Justice Reform at the American Conservative Union Foundation.
Good morning. I think you're going to find this one of the most interesting panels here at CPAC. It's on criminal justice reform. And we have a distinguished panel for you. First, the 47th Governor of Texas, Rick Perry. Next, the President of the Americans for Tax Reform, Grover Norquist. And third, former New York PD Commissioner Bernard Carrick. We're going to discuss the growing consensus among conservatives that our criminal justice system is broken and in need of major repair. From abusive prosecutions to the rapid expansion in the number of crimes, to the high recidivism rate of over 40%, to the exploding costs of our state prison systems, the second fastest growing parts of state budgets, second only to Medicaid, conservatives concluded that our system is spun out of control. Think of the resources wasted on witch hunts against Dinesh D'Souza, Scooter Libby, the Duke lacrosse team, and Senator Ted Stevens. And even though Senator Stevens' conviction was overturned, it was not till after he'd been defeated for re-election and his replacement cast the deciding vote to pass Obamacare. Think of the SWAT team that raided Gibson guitars. Why'd they need an armed, militaristic team to raid a business? Were they afraid the employees were going to flush guitars down their toilets? And who knew Fish and Wildlife had a SWAT team? Think of the widening net for crimes for which we incarcerate people. Packing lobster in plastic bags rather than cardboard. Transposing numbers on a report to the EPA. Filling in a puddle with sand far from a stream or a body of water. Inadvertently mislabeling a shipment of orchids. There's been an alarming increase in the scope and authority of government, far beyond what most people would consider criminal conduct. You'd think government agents would have enough trying to catch terrorists, murderers, and drug kingpins. Sure, we need to lock up people. There are many dangerous people we need to segregate from society. But the bureaucrats have overdone it. Over 2 million Americans are behind bars as we speak right now. That's 1 out of every 100 adult Americans. In federal prisons, fewer than half are in for violent crimes. Most are serving sentences for drug offenses. That's not conservative, it's wasteful. Prisons are for people we're afraid of, but we're filling them with folks we're just mad at. For 15 years, I was blessed to work alongside Chuck Colson, one of the great men of our day and one of the foremost prison reformers of all time. And he summed it up pretty succinctly. He said, only a nation that's rich and stupid would continue to pour billions into a system that leaves prisoners unreformed, victims ignored, and communities still living in fear of crime. Fortunately, conservative leaders have taken the lead in trying to bring about reform of our criminal justice system. The effort started in Texas, where the state's growing prison population was going to require 3 new prisons, which would siphon off money for roads, schools, and even tax relief. The Texas Public Policy Foundation developed solutions based on conservative principles of holding offenders accountable, meeting the needs of victims, offering opportunities for inmates to turn their lives around, and being tight-fisted on the budget. Their top priority was to keep the public safe while bringing prison costs down. Their reforms passed with overwhelming bipartisan support, and Governor Perry signed them. The results are very impressive. The inmate population has decreased to the point where the state has no new plans to build new prisons and has been able to close a current one. Overall, the reforms have saved Texas $3 billion. And most important, the crime rate is now the lowest it's been since 1968. Now I'm going to join the panel over here, but I'd ask if you have questions for us, please tweet us, hashtag Nolan, N-O-L-A-N, panel, Nolan panel.
The governor went to go get a...
Pardon me?
Governor went to
to get something. He'll be right back.
Okay.
He's not left.
Walked out on me.
Here he is.
All right. Governor.
I just wanted to make another entry.
That's right.
I was waiting on, Bernard and I were just talking about a number of the programs that we put in place in the state of Texas, and I had a little more expanded list of some of the programs that we put in place and some of the drug course concepts and what have you, because I do think that what we have done in the state of Texas can be a model. As those of you who heard my remarks earlier, is that states need to be laboratories of innovation. And there are going to be some states that put some programs into place. And I'll give you a good example. Bobby Jindal in Louisiana was involved with creating a seminary program at Angola, which was one of the toughest, meanest old prisons of all time. And Bobby was engaged in getting this seminary started, and it has made a huge difference in that population over there, a faith-based way of affecting people in a very positive way. Now, I'm not going to say that's for everyone and everyone should go do that, but we took it and appropriated it, I guess would be. Some people say I steal jobs, and we don't. We just appropriate jobs and move them to Texas. But we also appropriate good ideas from each other. And I think it's very important for all governors and all legislators to understand that concept, to respect it, that we're going to be in competition with each other, yes. But it's the laboratories of innovation that occur in these states. That you see something in Louisiana, in this case, that worked with that seminary program. We took it to the Department of Criminal Justice, implemented it, and now it is a very prospering program there in Texas. There is Southwestern Seminary operates it. It's a private sector operated concept, and literally divinity degrees are being bestowed upon an individual that goes through, I believe, 4 years of this program. Then those individuals go to other prisons. I mean, it is a powerful powerful program that's making a big difference. And I'm not saying it's for everyone in every state, but for the state of Texas. It's one of those concepts, one of those ideas that is making a difference.
And Governor, you've really made use of drug courts too. And one of the interesting things is with all the money you saved, you were able to put some of that money into drug treatment, whereas in most prisons, addicts don't get any treatment. It's a myth. Less than 10% of the inmates around the U.S. that are addicts get any treatment. I mean, in Texas, every single one has treatment available because of your program.
And this was started in 2000. I want to say 2003. I'm sure someone will fact check me on that. But it's been at least a decade that's been in place. And this was this was a Democrat district judge in Dallas, Texas, that came and sat down with us and talked about the initial drug court concept. And it made sense. And we've implemented it, and it has worked very, very well. I hope people from across the country, well, let me put it this way. There aren't many things that the President of the United States and his Attorney General and I agree about. You know what I mean? But President Obama and Attorney General Holder both pointed to Texas and what we're doing with our drug courts and what we're doing with our recidivism rates, what we're doing in our prison systems. The crime rate in the state of Texas is as low as it's been since 1967. We have prisons. California's prison capacity is approximately 180%. In Texas, it's 96% of capacity. We shut a prison down last year. That's the message all across this country. You want to talk about real conservative governance? Shut prisons down. Save that money. Stop the recidivism rates. Just lower them. That's what can happen with these drug courts. That basically say, and they use a lot of different tools. You give the judges basically the power to decide by looking at each one of these, because I hope we're going to get and talk about mandatory sentencing.
Sentencing guidelines.
Sentencing guidelines. I mean, you probably agree.
I'm ready.
Really bad concept. I mean, Texas is a tough on crime state. I don't think anybody gets confused that you want to go and murder somebody. Texas may not be the place you want to go do that. We're not a soft on crime state. I hope we get the reputation of being a smart on crime state.
Right. Yeah. And Grover?
Yeah. Look, this is important, and that's the key part, because you wouldn't necessarily expect, or certainly the establishment press doesn't expect to hear a discussion about criminal justice reform and prison reform at the Conservative Political Action Conference. But in point of fact, this is a big problem. It's an expensive problem. It creates problems that create more expensive problems, and only conservatives can fix this. Our friends on the left have zero credibility when it comes to focusing on reducing criminal activity and punishing people who deserve to be punished. Let me make this clear. This is not some moderate liberal thing where we should be here, we decide to step 2 feet in. This is getting to punishing real criminals, violent criminals, habitual criminals, professional criminals, and keeping the costs down so we don't have to loot the American taxpayers to fill prisons with people who aren't a threat to other people. But if you leave them in prison long enough, you get additional problems that cost money and cost lives. This is about fighting crime smartly. There's a group has a booth here, Right on Crime. I hope you'll have a chance to go take a look at it. There are a lot of center-right political leaders who've signed on and said this is important. And I've testified in a number of states taking Texas's ideas. If these ideas hadn't started in Texas, it would be a lot harder to sell them. I mean, it could be a really good idea, but I've testified in Florida and Oklahoma and Missouri and a number of other state legislators, and the number of states that have passed progress along the lines that you were talking about: Georgia, Missouri, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Texas first, Ohio, Pennsylvania. These are not blue states. These are red states, okay? But if I'd walked in and said, you know, it's a really good idea, they did this in Vermont, they'd laugh at you, even if it was a good idea. Only coming from the right can serious criminal justice reform that saves taxpayers money and saves American lives, both the people whose lives are destroyed because they go to prison for longer than they needed to, the people whose lives are damaged because the bad guys aren't in prison because we are too busy filling them with people who didn't need to be in prison. So we couldn't keep the violent guys in. So this is all about a conservative initiative. We let the Democrats vote with us at the end of the day, but they don't get to write the bills. And these are ideas that have worked, not only came up in Texas, they worked in Texas. This is federalism at its best. A couple of states have done this. They've done this for several years. There's a track record. Then you take it. As opposed to the guys who go, well, we just had this thought, and we thought we'd write it out in 3,000 pages over the evening and stick it down the whole country's throat and call it Obamacare. You know, why didn't they do that to Vermont first and come back after 5 years and tell us if it worked? So the whole idea of the right on crime, smart on crime, those reforms coming state by state. You know, if something isn't working, I want to find out about it in Arizona, not when somebody's passed a law that affects all 57 states at once.
And the number of states was just added to last night. The Mississippi Senate passed a whole series of reforms. It had already passed the House. The Texas model is now being used in the other states. The great laboratory of the 50 states has shown that it works, and the state legislatures, usually with strong conservative leadership, is modeling it and adapting it to their states. But we have a person here who has probably the most unique point of view on prisons, because he ran the largest prison in the United States, Rikers Island. He was Commissioner of Corrections in New York, then became NYPD Commissioner, was Commissioner on 9/11, a true American hero, but was then targeted by the left when President Bush nominated him for Secretary of Homeland Security. And sadly, this great man, this hero, was sent to prison and spent 3 years in custody, and has the perspective now of that view from behind bars different from when he was running a very effective prison system. So, Commissioner Kerr, please share with us your observations.
I've been a cop, a correction officer, a detective, a drug agent. I ran Rikers Island for 6 years. I ran the NYPD. I was the interim Minister of Interior of Iraq under President Bush. And then I was nominated. I ultimately went to prison for 3 years. I've been in this business for 30 years, and I was extremely dedicated. I was extremely decorated. I know the job. I know the system. I know what it's supposed to accomplish, and I know it's broken. When I went to federal prison, I was housed with men that I believed did really bad things, because people would tell me, I've got 10 years, I've got 15, I've got 30, I'm in my 19th year, I only have 8 to go for a first-time nonviolent drug offense. Young men, 5 grams of cocaine, the weight of a nickel, 10 years. I was in prison with the man that sold a whale's tooth on eBay. He went to federal prison for selling a whale's tooth on eBay. Men, commercial fishermen, that caught too many fish. Now, I've put people in prison, many people in prison. I put them there for a long time. Bad men that did bad things, real bad things. They tried to kill me. They killed my partners. I seized tons of cocaine from them. Tons. Millions in drug proceeds. But then I go to prison, and I'm housed with men that are there for first-time, nonviolent, nonsense offenses. Did they do something wrong? Maybe. But as someone said earlier, we are turning regulatory issues into crimes. We are putting people in prison for regulatory and administrative issues. They don't need prison. If somebody told me before I went to prison I would meet some really good people, I would have laughed in their face. The reality is, I met some really good men, decent men, good fathers, good family men. They made a mistake. Some of them didn't even know what they did, but they went to prison. They went to prison because the system is broken. There are people that belong in prison, and I have to compliment the governor. Texas started the change in this country. The rest of the country should follow. Texas realized it's unsustainable economically. You can't continue down this road. And there's all the states that have followed Texas and will continue to follow Texas because they have to pay for their budgets. They have to pay for those people going to prison. The federal government, they print money. They print money. Where's the biggest harm? In the federal government. The mandatory minimums, the sentencing guidelines, we've got to create alternatives, and we have to stop putting people in prison that don't necessarily have to be there to learn their mistake. And one last thing. I was sentenced to 3 years. I know men that were sentenced to a year and a day. A year and a day, but it's not really a year and a day. It's a life sentence. A felony conviction is a life sentence. I knew a 19-year-old young man, a military man, that sold a pair of night vision goggles on eBay. 21 years old. He went to prison for 3 years. If that guy lives to be 110 years old, he's going to be a convicted felon, and it's going to have an impact on him by 80%, 70% of his entire financial future, of his work ability, of anything he wants to do with his family. Federal housing, and there's a list. There's the National Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers and Families Against Mandatory Minimums. They have a list that's 50,000 different things of collateral damage that comes from that label of being a convicted felon. You've got to do something to change that. You can't punish someone for life for making a mistake. If the punishment fits the crime, so be it. But today, in America, in a country that has the greatest constitution in the world, I fought for it, I defended it, I've nearly died for it, more times than I can count. For a country that has this constitution, the system is broken. The punishment doesn't fit the crime, and it's got to get fixed.
Well said. One of the things you need to realize, when I was in the legislature, I presumed that the people prosecuting crimes and running prisons were the good guys. I agreed with their point of view. A lot of them are. Most of them are. But it's also bureaucracy. And just so you understand, the people that Commissioner Carrick was talking about doing times for these small amounts of coke or crack, the prosecutors have these heavy sentences as a hammer, but only 7% of the people they prosecuted on cocaine charges are for major dealers. Only 7%. Most of them are the small fry. Like Commissioner Carrick said, why the bureaucrats? It's easier to pick on these first-time offenders that are small cogs in the chain. Taking on a big kingpin means your family and you are threatened by it. And unfortunately, a lot of bureaucrats are afraid. And so they go after the numbers of small people, which isn't getting the coke off the street, but it does run up their score. And one of the things we as conservatives need to realize is This is just another government program, and we should be as suspicious of departments of corrections and their spending as we are the Department of Transportation and Department of Health. Now, one of the things the commissioner brought up was jobs and how this is a scarlet letter for life. If you can believe it, most states prohibit felons from cutting hair. Now, one of the things you learn inside prison, because there are no barbers, is you learn to cut hair. You cut each other's hair. Yet they're prohibited from cutting hair. What are they afraid of? They're going to put the comb in the green goop wrong? Why on earth would we prohibit them from doing that? Most felons are prohibited from ever working in a school. Well, if they did a crime involving children, I can understand that. But couldn't they be a gardener or something if they involved a financial crime? Why would we prohibit them from working at a school, a hospital, a senior citizen home? These are these impediments that we put in the way of people that want to turn their lives around. And part of the conservative effort needs to be looking at these things and saying, the bureaucracy shouldn't be stopping these people. Instead, it should be only protecting the public, not being a guild to protect the workers from competition. Grover, you've gone to all these states, and you've really been an apostle of this. Right on Crime has been a very effective tool, and I hope you'll all go by the booth. Can you tell us a little about Right on Crime, how it started, and what?
Sure. Look, Right on Crime got together. You had the great leadership from the Texas Public Policy Foundation. I first ran into it with a little working group, maybe 10 people in D.C. that were starting to think through these issues because we didn't have broader conservative movement focus on it. One of the reasons perhaps that was, it took me a couple of years, but eventually I realized I was the one person in the room of 10 who hadn't either been to prison or had an immediate family member in prison. The others had learned that there was this problem. And I used to visit prisons when I was in college, but it's not quite the same thing because they let you out at the end of the day.